It is Fremen legend that when Saint Daphne birthed the twins, a Coriolis storm of biblical proportions swept through all of Arrakis. Even those who resided behind the shield wall were not safe from the tremendous winds that pervaded through the land. When the pair arrived, the midwives noted that the two babes cried briefly before falling eerily silent. Concerned, they crowded around the two and checked them thoroughly for signs of trouble. To their shock, both opened their eyes, revealing the blue within blue of spice addiction. 8 months later came the first of many miracles, when both newborns were reported to have spoken their first words to their nurses, telling them, I love you. Stilgar's commentary on Canticle for the Cheshire Children. Welcome back to Dune Saga, everyone. This is season 4 of our Dune campaign here on the Stolen Fires channel. I am Eric at Maroon Recluse, or just Recluse online, your game master for this epic multi-arc adventure series, which continues tonight with our latest storyline, Judge of the Change. A warm welcome and salutation to new and old viewers alike to the Stolen Fires channel here on Twitch, where there's always an awesome TTRPG live play to look forward to. As a content warning, this program features adult situations and language and may not be suitable for all ages, so viewer discretion is advised. In the way of announcements, at the top of our show, we wanted to bring attention to the terrible plight facing the Palestinian people in Gaza right now. Leading this effort online is the U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights, or USCPR. Head on over to uscpr.org and use the resources there to contact your representatives in order to call for a complete ceasefire. Share the link on social media and help spread the message in an effort to get others involved in the struggle. Donate what you can to a network of activists and organizations who are committed to freedom, justice, and equality for the Palestinian people and who work to end U.S. complicity in their oppression. Educate, organize, and advocate for Palestinian rights. Again, that's uscpr.org for the U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights. Music attribution shoutouts go to Pixabay, Scott Buckley, Kevin McLeod for Midnight Tale, co.ag music, tabletop audio, and Bleer Moon. You can find more awesome ambient sounds and tunes over at secretpress.bandcamp.com, scottbuckley.com.au, and pixabay.com/music. Many thanks to Modifius Entertainment for making awesome games like Dune Adventures in the Imperium for us to play. We want to thank Roll20 for the use of their virtual tabletop platform, perfect for hosting games just like this one. And as always, we want to give a big thanks to our viewers and fans for tuning in. Our house entourage is here and ready to engage in the deadliest of intrigues. Agents of the Imperium, tell our audiences who you are, where they can find you online, and who you will be playing this evening. Let's begin with Moon.
Hello, hi. I'm Moon, Khaldun Khalil, RPG writer and role-playing game player. I'll be playing Nadim Harkonnen, a totally normal Mentat.
Excellent. Leo. You're muted, Leo.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back, and I am super excited for this season. I got lots and lots. Let's just say I've been thinking about this. This is probably like I've been thinking about this a lot. I'm just saying. Anyways, I'll be playing Archibald for you today, who may or may not be a machine. Heresy.
Devin.
Hello, one and all. I'm Devin. You can find me online at Sorta Sullied. And I am Norma, not Norma, Kanki Sen, who may or may not be Bene Gesserit.
Yes, indeed. Ever.
Hey everybody, I'm back as Zoshir. Yay! Terrifying, exciting, panic banana, as Rachel would say. You can find me all over the internet as Anne Changeling and on Etsy at Thornkind, where I sell lots of gay and trans stickers. But yeah, free Palestine.
Aaron.
Hello, everyone. I am Aaron, pronouns she, they, they. I will be playing Eloise, formerly Eloise Cheshire, now Eloise Spicere, whose pronouns are she, they.
Last but not least, of course, Rachel.
Hello, I'm Rachel. I am Stolen Fires pretty much everywhere on the internet, including here, which you knew, because here is where you are. I am greatly looking forward to seeing what happens to Lady Daphne this season, especially given that opening quote.
Excellent. All right. Now for a recap of the previous season, Aaron, if you would be so kind.
All right, strap in, everyone. This is 6.25 pages.
It's the best I could do. So much happened.
Condensed from how much?
70.
Jesus Christ.
We got up to a lot of bullshit last season, y'all. All right. House Cheshire, 6 months from the attack on Jabberwock and now a major house, has become ardently protective, in part thanks to Archibald. Alicia Cheshire, convicted of matricide, faces execution. Dreams pervade of wolf, desert, mala rifle, and sandworm, an enemy with a shifting face. Omelis, the house steward, offers the newly untwisted mentat, Pardo Reed, a place in the Hexagon, a network of mentats. Norma is told to find rogue sisters among the Sayadinas, and Archibald interrupts a meeting with his white rabbits to deliver a strand of hair to a dwarf. Zajib? Okay. Lastly, the Fremen warrior Zoshir Tamir delivers the annual spice bribe to the guild. Or would, if the bribe were not stolen by thieves bearing the badges of House Cheshire. Omelis travels in disgrace to Jabberwock and House Librius. Noah meets with Dr. Wellington Yue. He accepts what Norma told him earlier, his beloved wife is dead. But might not the Reverend Mother retrieve Juana's remains? In her quarters, Eloise has a vision. A 3-house battle on Arakeen. The Cheshires involved. Amir in chains before a magistrate. A Cheshire funeral, but whose? An Imperial blockade on Arrakis. A guild hayliner crashing down. People marooned and starving. A new figure on the Padishah throne. Emperor? Empress? Walking in a sweat, Eloise realizes she needs a mentat's help. Eloise and Daphne have an awkward reintroduction. After a tense breakfast, Daphne takes Masim on a walk through the gardens. They realize they've been having the same visions, but are interrupted by Zoshir holding a mala pistol to Daphne's head. The two are taken hostage into the deep desert. As this happens, Norma looks for Juana's remains. All convene at the Siege. It's a tense meeting, and partly too late, the satellites are up, and the Fremen have been tracked. Pardo's best agent, Tiberius, impresses Zoshir by taking him counter-hostage. Norma and Sister Myrma discuss an important matter, the Kwisatz Haderach. Maso makes his candidacy known when he uses the voice to free himself and his sister. Everything changes. They must fight their way free, however, as Harkonnen attack. Fortunately, they fly Cheshire ornithopters. Daphne sends the suicide code, forcing a crash. Eloise hides their movements just long enough for them to escape to the South Pole and siege Tibir. And to the Sayadina Kira Ayasi, the parent shared between Daphne and Masim. Archibald returns to Jabberwock, where he delivers testimony to the Landsraad and quells protests. His house and Cheshire are absolved from the use of atomics on the planet. Off Cardis and Drunenbar assets are handed to House Cheshire, while Yeva's assets belong to Librius. On Arrakis, Amira, Tiberius, and Zoshir track the bribe thief through a sandstorm to a volcano, where they also free Nelia and Hurdy. Oh, Hurdy, I forgot about you. Fucking treasure. Though the setup was initially a trap, Zoshir is a talented worm rider. When a sandworm appears, Zoshir uses it to crush the thief and retrieve the spice. Examining the body, Zoshir learns whoever this man was, he was Regis Familia, off Cardis. At Siege Tabir, Kira reunites tearfully with her children. She knows Adelaide is gone. Kira has been building her power base here, to Masim's mild disapproval. It's all to free Arrakis, she swears. Kira shares her vision with Norma of destruction and war and death. There's only one way through, a man and a worm becoming one. Tyranny, but also hope. The vision overwhelms Norma. The two share some private conversation. Norma knows what she has to do. Daphne and Masim also have a conversation about wants and desires and responsibilities. Elsewhere, Eloise and Pardo thwart the Harkonnen investigation into their thopter crashes. Pardo must deal with Alexi Gim, a Harkonnen mentat. Gim seems rather concerned with Eloise Cheshire and fruitlessly interrogates Pardo about her. Eloise bickers with Gim over jurisdiction as a guild member. Gim offers Pardo a vial of Sappho juice. After breaking a dish and helping the Fremen housekeeper clean it up, Pardo hands the vial to Norma's ward, Belanda. She's only too happy to poison it at his request. For all, she's 8 years old. Earl Archibald Librius and his wife Yeva are summoned to meet with the Baron Harkonnen on Gidi Prime. Blah. It's a world choked by industrial smoke, and they are served with a lavish banquet, guested by the Baron's dead enemies. He offers to make an alliance with House Librius. Yeva is interested, the Earl less so. On their way back, they also meet with House Atreides. Duke Leto wants to use Chom to depose the Emperor. Archibald makes a few promises, upsetting Yeva. More adventures await Archibald on the Highliner home. He must deal with both a testy wife and capture by space pirates. They are rounded up with the others and recognize Davos, the former house smuggler. A commander in an eye patch addresses the captives. They are the forgotten children, here to reclaim their heritage. Archibald realizes the navigator must be in on all this, and goes looking. As he and Yeva sneak through the hairliner, he reveals his grand plan to her. The liberation of Tupile, a conquering army under his command, rivals of the Sardaukar. Things turn awkward when Archibald meets the pirate, Reese. Turns out Reese was paid to kill him by a man with a bandaged face. Archibald has to do some fast talking to escape alive. Back on Arrakis, Daphne and Mossum arrive safely home, while Eloise and Pardo continue deflecting the Harkonnen investigation. They probably won't accept the explanation that Cheshire Thopters sometimes do that. Pardo asks obnoxiously stupid questions of Gim as Eloise deflects to Off-Cardis, and promptly has a vision of Arrakis consumed by atomic fire. Zoshi reports to Haga Harg that Cheshire is innocent of the theft, framed by Off-Cardis. He brings Tiberius with him, as the man now wishes to live among the Fremen. He's to cultivate Cheshire allies. Eloise reports to her own manager, Hina, about the spice bribe. When Eloise meets up with Pardo again, his plan succeeds and Alexei Gim dies by poison. His body will be publicly found, spice stuffed in his mouth. And at Massum's request, Pardo begins teaching the boy how to control his disturbing dreams. Daphne and Norma meet with the other nobles at Carthag, greeted by Chosa Senator Chosa-san. Spice production is down, she explains, displeasing the Padishah Empire. Thus, a worm hunt to find and kill a rare albino sandworm. Captain Fomas Salgalat, who lost his leg already to the White Death, leads the hunt. Every house must contribute. Daphne recognizes Nuri Randama here, who she saved from Raban's meal of snakes. Another noble, Nikolai Gliss, intentionally bumps into Daphne as a clumsy introduction. Norma overhears a rumor of Fremen in the dungeons. Perhaps it's time for her and Daphne to get lost among the confusing Harkonnen architecture. They use the servants' entrance to make their way into the Harkonnen dungeons and find the prisoner, who gives his name as Hurin. As Norma and Daphne help him escape, however, Norma accuses him of lying. That's not his name. Once free, he admits his true name, Stilgar. Zoshir takes Tiberius with him to Hagaharg, celebrating the return of the spice bribe with a Tau orgy. During the festivities, Zoshir has a vision of his parents, who beg him to spare the Udwali and to put himself first. Later, he meets with an outframed agent of the Atreides, Duncan, who has intelligence regarding a trove of spice skimmed by the Harkonnen. Perhaps a razzia is in order? The next morning, Daphne meets to plan the worm hunt. Nikolai is solicitous of her, and she's mildly interested until she notices the telltale signs of Samuta addiction. However, she accepts his offer to drop a petition to the Emperor for assistance together. Maybe her name on the document will help. In Arakeen, Zoshir meets Pardo and discusses Tiberius' situation. He also meets Mossum, and the encounter goes strangely. Later, when Daphne arrives at her quarters, she encounters Stilgar, stashed there by Norma. They speak about the situation on Arrakis, including Saul Galat's plans. At dinner, bad news is delivered. The deaths of Archibald and Yeva. Daphne loudly claims the bodies and returns them to the Cheshire compound. There, the bodies are revived. Archibald accuses Omelas of trying to have him killed, but Daphne, hearing the contact was a man with a bandaged face, remains dubious. She knows an Off-Cardis imposter stole the bribe clearly meant to pay for Archibald's death. As they speak, Reese dies from an unknown assailant. The next day, Daphne encounters a man quite effusive with his praise in the conservatory, one Varys Chol from an agricultural house. He's clearly reluctant to kill the White Worm, and they agree to meet privately later. She's distracted, however, when Eloise is stripped of her guild status. Eloise reveals her schism from the house was an illusion, meant to protect the house after Archibald's framing. House of Cardis remains Cheshire's true enemy, and the strange dwarf encounters Archibald again, demanding payment. Yeva decides to return to Jabberwock. While Daphne meets with Nikolai, Norma receives new orders. She must test a prospect on Caladan, while Gaius Helen Mohayim comes here to test Mossum. Another messenger comes in the scheduled date for Alicia's execution. Pardo, meanwhile, investigates a murder and confronts his own past as a twisted mentat. Mossum takes Soshir to meet Kira, where Mossum must confront the unpleasant truths about his idyllic life with Kira. Kira offers Zoshir material comfort for his upcoming razzia. As Zoshir escorts Mossum to his testing place, he notices the boy wears his still suit perfectly. Elsewhere, Daphne borrows a knife from Pardo and gives heartfelt thanks for her service. While Mohayim tests Mossum, Daphne lingers outside the door, reciting a litany against fear as she prepares to kill Mohayim should Mossum come to harm. But Mossum has prescience and escapes to Kaitan and his father. The next day's breakfast is chaotic. Nuri Rondama is dead. So is Nadka Zoat. One of Yeva's allies, Rogelia, provokes Daphne into a duel. Surprisingly, Varys proves gallant and rises to the challenge. He's stone cold but victorious and gives Daphne a private showing of a holographic projection of his home afterward. Later, Daphne learns that after one unsuccessful hunt, Raban plans to use atomics against the White Worm. This comports with Daphne's own visions. She sends Mossum a code of message of love through Margot Fenring before assigning Norma to infiltrate Yeva's entourage. Elsewhere on Caladan, Norma and Lady Jessica find themselves temporary allies, fighting off an assassination attempt on Paul during his test. At the end of it all, Norma stages her own death and reemerges as Conquisen. On Arrakis, Aedric of the Guild summons Amira. His visions have blank spots and he requires Amira to kill these nexuses. Do this, and Eloise receives the spice she needs to live. The targets are most of House Cheshire and Sayadina Kira Ayasi. Back on the ground, Amira uses Zoshir to get herself closer to the Sayadina. Once at Siege Tibir, Zoshir tries to defend Kira, but the rogue Bene Gesserit has foreseen this. Amira acts out of love. Kira gives herself up to the blade. The last thing she asks is for Amira to watch over Zoshir. She gives her memories to Myrma. Meanwhile, Daphne attends her sister's execution on Jabberwock with Norma, but something is off. After requesting a private audience, it becomes clear this is an innocent clone. Not the woman who murdered Daphne's mother. Daphne orders an immediate stay and investigation. She gives this woman a new name, another innocent woman, Beatrice. Elsewhere, Archibald meets with the true Alicia in the Jabberwock wastelands. She's angry and resentful. Archibald has one final task for her: eliminate the surviving Arfcardis twin. He then must speak with Yeva, while Daphne indirectly orders her to be poisoned, even knowing Yeva is pregnant. On Arrakis, Lelis makes a terrible realization. If Sagalot succeeds in killing the Leviathan, the Fremen will gather to mourn him, to be viciously attacked by the Harkonnen. She takes this information directly to the Tiberi after making Amira talk to her about the killings and the spice. She takes a truly massive amounts of melange to try and force a vision. She sees the same nexus points as Aedric and watches as Kira's winks out. One point is hidden from her. She sees the possible futures. Emperor Massum trying Eloise for Daphne's murder. A cold Empress Daphne with a mirror before her in chains. The last thing she sees is a deeply inhuman face. While she does this, Pardo investigates the crash which killed Rondama. It wasn't sabotage, but someone attacked her from inside the ornithopter. A professional. Daphne returns to be told of an emergency at Siege Tabir. Before departing, she meets with Varys in the conservatory and explains her belief that the surviving Arfcardis twin is after her, killing those close to her. For his own safety, either he cannot be seen with her or cannot leave her side. Varys seems quite happy to stay with her. She has the wolf dream again. On arrival, Zoshir does his best to stall and delay telling Daphne, but eventually must. The death devastates Daphne, who gives her water to the dead and promises Kira she'll break the Imperium in her name. Kira is honored with a Fremen funeral, her water and belonging distributed. Daphne receives her water in a box containing her spirit fire jewel. Later, she invites Varys to spend the night with her. She needs to feel something other than grief and pain. While that's happening, Herdy and Nelia have an important discussion with Zoshir. They hand over his parents' belongings. His mother was a Sayadina, and his father, well, judging by the badge on his late father's uniform, he was Harkonnen. The next day, Zoshir plans for a convocation of naives. Daphne wants to attend as Kira's heir, but the other Fremen may not accept her unless she formally joins the tribe. The ritual is dangerous, however, and may kill her. Daphne accepts, but wants time to make arrangements. Zoshir also wants a chance to speak with her privately. He has another way for her to find acceptance among the Fremen. Marry him. She discusses what that would mean when there's a flurry of activity. Varys has been eavesdropping, clearly jealous. Perhaps Daphne could marry them both? Everyone seems open to the idea, but Daphne wants to complete the ritual before giving anyone an answer. Daphne returns to the palace, furious and falling apart. She threatens to kill Amira and even Pardo. The meeting spins out of control, with Conqui having to resort to the voice to restore order. Eloise explains her visions that Daphne is playing into the bad future. The face is the mother of all navigators, Conqui explains. Amira and Eloise peel off, arguing about how to handle the whole situation. Varys tells Daphne he can't go back with her to the siege, not if she might die. Daphne understands and goes to write her will. Awesome. Back at the siege, Dwali attempt a raid but are quickly taken captive. Sayedi Nawin explains Zoshir's past. His grandfather was Abelard Harkonnen, the elder brother of Vladimir, and father to Glossu and Fade Rotha. And another secret son, Izmir. After Glossu murdered Abelard, Izmir's infant son was taken in by the Fremen named Osham, and named to honor both men, Zoshir. This means many things, but among them, Zoshir Nawin believes is the Mahdi. On the trip to the siege, Conqui suggests an alternative to keep Daphne safe. The Emperor is not married. Daphne thinks about it, but the ritual takes priority. She drinks the water of life, experience true spice agony, but also a vision of her children. Oh, right, she's pregnant. Her prana bindu is enough to keep her alive. Her psyche, however, is seared and remolded. She saw 20 generations of Cheshire women, of Conley and death and vengeance. She wakes determined to break the cycle. Her first order is to tell Conqui to call off killing Yeva, but when she mentions the vision of her children, Conqui is furious. Daphne clearly doesn't realize what she's done to them, and herself. Daphne speaks with Zoshir. His feelings for her have not changed, and he will accept a triad. He prepares for the Razi as Daphne makes her way home. Conqui sulks, so Daphne reads Kira's journals and learns how she became too wrapped up in her visions of the future. While all this happened, Archibald seeks out Liet Kynes and speaks to her of sandworms. Pardo continues investigating mysterious deaths at the palace when he stumbles across Varys hand-feeding his jungle cat. He meets Daphne again, relieved she's alive. Archibald spies on them as Varys proposes. When Daphne accepts, he says he's the happiest that he's ever been. And that's when the sniper bullet shatters the glass. On instinct, Varys twists to ensure he takes the bullet, not Daphne. More gunfire sounds throughout the whole palace. Through the chaos, everyone convenes in the shield generator room. Daphne ends up alone with Tiberi. No, Alicia, who goes for the stab. When Dr. Sloan gets close enough to try and treat Daphne's wound, Alicia kills him too. He was former House Carroll after all. Alicia talks about how easy Gregos and Milos Alcardis were to track. When Daphne asks if this was her plan to get back into the house, she reveals the truth. Varys of House Chol is actually Gregos Alcardis. Varys confesses, but says whoever Gregos Alcardis was, he died alone in a cave a while ago. His love for Daphne has changed him. Eloise is unconvinced and takes a shot at him. Alicia is disgusted by the entire proceeding, but is taken into custody. Later, in the Ornithopter, she pulls the secret release and dies on impact. Archibald and Conqui intercept the body at the spaceport, where Archibald ends up with Adelaide's Spiritfire, and Conqui receives a note reading, "Mission accomplished, Uncle." Conqui brings this to Pardo, then visits Eloise. Her quarters are a mess, Eloise still full of rage at the family that hurt her so badly. Together, she and Amira hatch a scheme to become stewards of Jabberwock. Meanwhile, Zoshir gathers his naives and Adwali prisoners. He studies the Adwali and realizes there's nothing which truly makes them different, just politics. Myrma, gifted with the dying Kira's memories, struggles when speaking to him. The Siege will need a new Sayedina soon. Zoshir makes an impact on the other naives, revealing some of his history, and that Kira herself named him Mahdi. Stilgar is the first to declare his belief in Zoshir. The others soon follow suit, and calls of Lisan al-Gaib echo through the siege. A few days later, Archibald confesses to Daphne. He paid for Alicia to be cloned and replaced, thinking she could be used to protect the family. But now he's in debt to the Twi'leksu, and really must head to Two-Pile to make his fortune. Varys must have a deeper conversation with Eloise. He explains his family history. Eloise, a baby, stolen by Federico and Archibald, how his mother raised him and his brother with vengeance in their hearts. Eloise is distraught but needs confirmation. She visits Daphne with Conky, asking her to access her new ancestral memories to see if it's true. Daphne goes into a trance, but comes out of it distraught. She says it's true. Eloise's mother was Yesenia of Cardis, and she learned this through her grandfather's memories. Eloise decides to accept Ultrabar's offer of Librius, while Daphne apologized to Pardo for threatening him earlier. Amira falls sick with poison. Archibald reaches Liet Kynes again and comes across her praying. He promises tech from Two-Pile that could terraform Arrakis. Pardo investigates further, but is stopped by Baron. The last thing Pardo Reed hears as he dies is his mother's voice. It's time for the worm hunt. What should have been an epic victory ends in failure, as Fremen disarmed the atomics a while ago. An enraged Raban sends his armada to where the razzia is taking place. The razzia is much more successful. Zoshir, Stilgar, Chani, and Duncan Idaho are here, supported by Archibald, Amira, and the Duali. Ultimately, the raid succeeds without losing too many, but the raiders encounter Sardaukar, the Emperor in league with the Harkonnen. Elsewhere, Norma finds what is left of Wana on Giedi Prime. She does the merciful thing and sends the body back to the Sisterhood. As she travels, Eloise takes another massive dose of melange. She sees the future again, who answers her questions. Or she sees the figure again, who answers her questions, and promises a critical choice point in the near future. That happens quickly as Eloise's Hayliner Jabberwock is threatened by a poisoned navigator. Eloise moves quickly, taking his place in the tank. Varys helps Archibald prepare for his voyage to Two-Pile, then tells Daphne the bad news about Pardo. Mossam returns to Arrakis, telling Daphne they all need to leave, but indicating her crysknife and blue-on-blue eyes, Daphne says they can't. They're in too deep. Archibald lands on the blue-green roll of Two-Pile, greeted by cyborgs and brought to the Allfather, a machine quoting Isaac Asimov, Kurt Vonnegut, and other long-forgotten names. Oof!
Thank
That
you
was
for
a
reading
mouthful.
that, Aaron. I know that was a lot, and thank you, Rachel, for the Herculean task of condensing down 70-something pages to 6. That was truly incredible. All right, before we begin, just one small addition to tonight's premiere session. I wanted to introduce a new feature originally presented in the excellent Agents of Dune and Masters of Dune campaign supplements. They come highly recommended, of course, as I plunder them regularly for plot ideas and new systems to incorporate into the main game. This one in particular, though, is one of house management. If you could direct your eyes to the indices on the screen.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Welcome to the House Indices and Favors screen. So, what this basically does, it measures House Cheshire and House Spacere's favorability within the Imperium, the Landsrad military power, and so on. But also, and most critically perhaps, is Fremen trust. 0 is by default. -5 is bad, and obviously at the highest, all the way to the right, is your +5. That's where you want to be ultimately. Certain things will happen depending on what occurs in the game, but this is a way that you can now track how House Cheshire and House Spitfire are doing respectively. Let's see. It is a much simplified version. Oh, sorry.
What the fuck is that Imperial support?
We've never done
Yeah.
We are
anything to
literally
make them
keeping
mad.
his secret safe, and multiple definitions of that.
So you have leverage over the over.
Ungrateful asshole.
Really?
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. You've read the books, right? Yeah, that summarizes him very well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ungrateful.
Let's see. You killed Sardaukar multiple times.
Okay,
You
we
pissed off the
impressed
Shoulder
him.
Chancellor.
spice.
We impressed
Okay.
him when we did that.
Okay, but we also have enough power to be a threat to him.
Correct.
Yeah, he
I
kills
mean,
threats. He kills threats.
He's petty as they come. He's like, oh, you think that you're going to get more powerful? Hey, I got
Correct.
a ferret-faced man who's ready to stab you with a knife.
Yes.
I have a human shield.
Much.
Lysander's
is-
currently still hurt.
So there's no system per se to this. It's just that whatever happens in the game will precipitate a rise or a fall in these things. They're constantly changing, so don't think like any of this is like set in stone or anything like that. It is actually a much simplified version of the house management system rules that are found in Houses of the Landsrat. That supplement introduces micromanagement of the house finances in order to launch ventures, expand domains, and track a house's ascendancy from nascent to great house. And as awesome as all that sounds, it would lead to a lot of unnecessary bookkeeping for everybody involved, considering the scope of the campaign. So because of that, I've decided to go with this much more easier of the two options to sort of keep track of things. Did anyone have any questions regarding the indices or anything else before we begin?
I already
No, but I
made
like
my
the-
opinion known. Grateful asshole.
Duly noted.
Yeah, I was glanced over at House Cheshire side and I was like, "Where's Imperial support?" And I was like, "Oh, that's where it is. It
Is
low."
is exactly where I expected it.
How many
Excellent.
chom shares do we have? When does Duklito get here?
You're getting ahead of yourself here with Chomshares. I'll get there eventually, I promise. But very good. Now the drama can truly begin once again with Judge of the Change. We will start with Zoshir. Second, I want to do some music change here.
No pressure or anything.
None. No. The tension in the siege is palpable. A hush falls over the gathered crowd in the main chamber as Hasok and his people arrive from Siege Tempter. A welcome delegation has been prepared for them in customary manner. Rugs woven from spice fiber and sporting intricate designs have been rolled out. Glow globes housing many light bugs have been arranged around the chamber to provide a warm and welcoming glow. Several litter johns of water have been arranged along the floor where the Naib and his delegation are intended to gather. A grand offering, especially considering the often contentious relationship Sihaya has had with the visiting tribe. Most Fremen on this side of the shield wall were familiar with the rivalry between Cielago and Sihaya Tabir. Known to be extremely religious, Cielago was also considered to be among the most adherent to the traditions of the Ichwan Between. Years ago, this gathering would have been unthinkable. However, with the success of the raid on the Harkonnens and the rumors of the Mahdi surfacing here, many tribes in the region have had to swallow their pride and make the journey. Hasok kneels down and brings the litter john to his cracked lips, quaffing cool water from the high-density shatterproof plastic container. His two most trusted warriors join him in slaking their thirst. The room remains silent as the ceremony comes to an end when Hasok acknowledges the hospitality with his arms outstretched. Blessings upon you and your tribes, Zoshir. We welcome your water and the spirit in which it was given. Long live the fighters. And everybody in the gathered room mutter, Bila Kaifa. The trio spit on the ground and rise together. Your people move in to relieve the Naib of his desert wear. They assist in handling the tributes brought by your guests. A weathered Zensuni scroll, a cask of aged spice wine, and a pristine rababa. While occupied, Mirlat, the master of face dancers, shoots you a concerned glance and leans in close. You should be wary, Mahdi. Though they may have taken your hospitality, their rivalry to us still stands strong. How do you respond?
Excuse me while I panic a tiny bit. First, I went first.
You're
So
the
sure. Zoshir's gonna look at the face dancer and just kind of give him a slight glare, as if it's not
Straightens back up.
as if it's not as dangerous as being in my own siege.
He doesn't know how to respond, so he just kind of falls silent and takes it in stride, and reasserts his gaze to the Naib and his entourage. The trio are brought before Myrma, your resident Sayadina, after Kyra, who stands stoically. They bow their heads in reverence, and she in turn clasps her hands, bows her head and intones a religious passage. Their gaze lingers on the holy woman before moving along. Give me a discipline difficulty 3 or an understand difficulty 2 roll when you can, please.
My dumbass didn't update my sheet. Okay. So refresh my memory. It's been 94 years.
Okay, so when you look at your character sheet, you see where it says discipline.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna click that, and it's gonna ask you which drive, and you can pick whichever one you want. For this, because it's a religious
Faith.
quote, you can use faith if it makes sense for you, or if there's something else, you can choose that as well. And then hit submit. It's gonna ask you if you have a focus, and I don't think you have like religious focuses or anything like that under understand or anything like that. But if you have observation as a focus, you can use it if you're when you roll discipline.
Am I using a focus? Just for desert navigation, so sadly no.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah.
Did it? I think.
You got two understand, so you actually met the threshold that I set for you, so that's good. So you get this bit here. It's a passage from a religious parable about a group of marauders that exit a raid, battered and bruised. They're taken in by some religious zealots who nurse them back to health and brainwash some of their company into believing them to be divinely ordained to command them. The marauders fight one another, but ultimately reveal their lies before killing them and riding off once more. It's a grim cautionary tale. Weird quote or weird story to tell under this current circumstances. Did you roll discipline?
Nope, need to do that. And then also faith.
Yeah, you can, yeah.
Okay, no panic. Here we go. I do not have focus. Oh, fuck me.
Oh no.
Everything's fine. Yeah, it just seems like a weird thing to choose from, but Hasak and the three kind of look at each other and look back to the Sayadina, and it just kind of like they rise when she's finished talking. Him and his cohorts, they bring themselves before you as a final formal request to be your guest. We come from the Cave of Riches with news from Stilgarth, Siege Tabir. The Naibs are talking with some excitement about your latest raid. Is it true that you captured one of the Emperor's Sardaukar? I would like to see this creature before daylight, if so. Every Kremen on Arrakis has dreamt of fighting such a fearsome foe. This guy's eyes bore right into you. You see a measure of doubt that one such as yourself could possibly be the Messiah that your people have been waiting for. But also there's this glimmer of hope, one that will perhaps be proven wrong when you save Arrakis from the tyranny of the Outframe. Nevertheless, thank you for your hospitality, he says. We will be leaving in a day's time back to Cielago after a stop at Redwall Siege. It is undeniable that your recent victories have energized the tribes outside the Shield Wall. Here's to the future of Arrakis. After some conversation, Mirlat's people assist Hasak and his troop up a long, rocky ramp laden with glow globes and into the guest chambers. The spy master waits for the Naib and his entourage to leave the main chamber before speaking with you again. Did you want to say something to Hasak in response before he's taken to his quarters for the evening, however? Or for the day, I should say.
In response to which part?
To any one of those.
Okay.
The raid, anything that he said.
Give me a minute. Give me a minute. So Zoshir will stand and then bow deeply and offer water in return. Um, and when rising, thank you for your support. I know that I look like no messiah, and believe me, I don't find that I am. But what I'm doing must be done.
We shall see, he says, before being whisked off to his the guest quarters. Merlot, after some conversation, Merlot's people, help them up, and then he waits for them to leave before he confers back with you. I do not believe it would be a good idea to entertain Hassak beyond what is expected of common hospitality. In other business, our prisoner that the Atreides swordmaster dropped in our lap from the Razia has not said a word in any of the interrogations my people have conducted. Nevertheless, I caution you to refrain from interacting with them directly. The Emperor's warriors are dangerous, even when captured or cornered. We do not want to risk any harm befalling our Mahdi. As for Hassak, my people will keep them under watch, with your permission, of course.
I don't think that he'll speak at all. Regardless, they've been through intensive training. I don't think any of us can. Well, perhaps a Bene Gesserit.
A Bene Gesserit, you say?
They do have.
Suggesting Murmur.
Perhaps, or I'm sure Lady Daphne has connections.
He is a captive. We have to do something about that. Decide what it is that we're going to do if we're not going to take his water.
We need answers. We need information. And then his water's forfeit.
He kind of nods, hands behind his back, and walks off. You're left as the chamber empties for the day. Everybody's settling in for the time for rest. The Fremen typically rest during the day, and then they come out at night. So at this point, everybody's getting ready to sort of wind down from a long day of a long evening, rather of work. You have some people that are still kind of milling around. There's Nelia, of course. She is sitting with her lover, Shiri, who she met during the Razia. The pair work as bodyguards for you. Shiri, however, is not aware of your controversial heritage, shall we say. Hurdy is here as well. Joined at the hip with Nelia. Myrma, however, quickly excuses herself before even Hassak was sent to his quarters and disappears. What would you like to do?
Where is the rest of House Cheshire at this time?
Scattered. Archibald left off-world, from what you're understanding. You don't know where. Elois and her beloved have also left the planet, supposedly back home to their homeworld of Jabberwock, along with Varys, Lady Daphne's latest beau, and her lover, whatever you want to call him. Conquisen is more than likely also with the Duchess. The only one from House Cheshire that is still with you is actually Tiberius, who was with you on the raid. He just sort of frequents the siege.
Does refresh my memory? Does Zoshir remember or know that Norma is Conky?
No.
Okay.
Unless Conky revealed
Who?
herself to if
Who is this that we're asking about? I didn't hear.
if Zoshir knows that Norma is actually Conky.
I'm
I said no.
pretty.
I don't think.
Oh God, I don't think you've learned yet. I think everyone
No.
else knows.
No, actually, I think not even Varys. I don't think knows.
Varys knows because when I was Conky is when I was in the room and was
Put a
close
knife
to
his
stabbing
throat.
him. Yeah, and
Find
he
out
was
real
like, "You're not a normal person, are you?" No,
Yeah, I don't think he knew you as Norma ever, though.
no, but he knew I wasn't.
What you appeared to be. Yeah.
Yes, I was
I
a wheel
gotcha.
within wheel.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's you. You probably don't know that Norma and Conky are one and the same. You see, Hurdy is very, very excited and just jabbering on to Nelia about meeting her brother Gertie, who lives in another siege.
How long were you sitting on that, Eric?
At least a
Years?
season.
God damn it!
He had it buried
Yeah.
in the sand.
First Aaron slaughters me, and then you murder me too. Oh my god! Fucking hell! Oh my gosh. Okay.
It means somebody took your water, which means it's time for a drink.
What? Oh.
Oh.
Multiple
Drink
people
time.
have slayed you, then obviously they took your water.
Clearly. Okay. So he's gonna send out one of our trans bats. Yes, I know that's not what they're called, but I'm calling them that now.
Yeah, like
I'm sorry. What are trans
Distrans.
bats?
Well,
Man.
trans bats.
Otherwise known as Cielagos. Yes, you can send out a message to. Is it to Erikine or to? Sorry, to the
Myrma.
Duchess. Ah,
Yeah.
well, Myrma's in the siege with you.
Oh well, fine. No bat for Myrma. Okay, so before he does that, since she is in the siege, he's gonna head that way if it's not too early/late to bother her. To talk to her about the Sajakar, but as he goes, he's I'm gonna try and do this without cracking up. No, I can't do it. I was gonna have Zoshir ask about Gertie.
About Gertie?
Yes,
Okay.
but fuck you.
So funny. You go to seek Myrma, and funny enough, you see Hasak and his trio. Just they seem to be talking with her at the doorway to her chambers. She has like the curtain kind of parted, and as soon as you come around the corner, he notices. He kind of like looks at the corner of his eye and says, "We shall speak again at another time," and kind of bows respectfully to you before shooing themselves away. Myrma turns to regard you. "My Naib, how can I assist you?"
There's a Sajakar that we've captured during the razzia. He won't answer any questions, and I thought perhaps you might have more influence with him.
He may require the voice to become more forthcoming. I shall put my efforts into this if that is your wish, and I will begin to do so at first light.
It is greatly appreciated.
Of course, she says. Give me a let's see here. Let's say difficulty 3 discipline check, and let me know what. Actually, yeah, go ahead and what would you use for a uh, essentially a perception test with discipline?
Perception chest. Probably truth.
Okay.
Trying to figure out the truth, you know.
Okay, make it difficulty 2 discipline test. Let me know if you get it. You failed the previous one, but you might get this one.
So, nope, not desert navigation. Curses. But I'm trying to navigate her mind.
Oh, you got a complication. She seems a little furtive with you. She's just like, "Thank you, my name. Thank you for the opportunity. I will need to get rested immediately if I'm going to interrogate our prisoner at first light. Please rest yourself so that you can. We need our Mahdi at full strength, especially for what's coming." And she kind of quickly turns and closes the beaded curtain.
That was odd.
Yeah, Myrma, if you recall, inherited all of Kyra's memories before she died. All of those terrible prescient visions that she had. The ones, one of which saw you standing as the Mahdi to the Fremen people. She has all of them in her brain, and ever since she inherited all of that, she hasn't been the same.
And did Hurdy and Nalia come along, or did they stay behind?
They were seemingly distracted at the time when you were walking around. So they kind of like they eventually show up down the hallway. You can see their shadows on the wall from the glow globes, but they're maintaining like a low profile. And you can hear one of them like shushing Hurdy, who's like talking a little bit too loudly, with her whispers. But yeah, they're always just a few steps away.
He's going to approach them and look around, see that no one else is around or within earshot at least.
Okay. Yeah.
That was a strange interaction with Myrma, but I wanted to ask if either of you know if anyone else knows of my parentage.
They look to each other, and Nelia, her eyes kind of grow large when you say that, and she kind of like shoots a look to Shiri, her lover, and is like, and then she tells her something, and Shiri's like, "Oh, of course." And bows,
I didn't realize
turns
there's
and
another
leaves.
person there.
There's 3 of them. Yeah, Shiri and Nelly act as your bodyguards, and she's like, "Only us and Nawan, of course." Nelia says. Hurdy's like, "Huh? Myrma's weird? Really? I hadn't noticed." Oh yeah, she hasn't really been the same ever since,
Oh, certainly. She just seemed to rush off. But I'm trying to decide something very important. Do I destroy any evidence? Or do I tell the Lady Daphne?
Nelia is like, "I suppose that depends on how much you trust them, these outframed, and whether or not this means anything to you personally. I understand the thought, however, my naive, but of course this sort of thing can be used against you."
It can. I'm no Harkonnen. I'm Fremen.
Hurdy is like, "Always has been, always will be."
Then I need to take care of the belongings.
Do you want us to take care of it, Muddy?
No, this is something that I should do.
As you wish. Whatever you need, just call on us.
He'll give them a
they take
nod
their-
and yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, they take their positions. Unless you had any other business, were you planning on turning in for the day?
Sleepy time.
Sleepy time. Okay, good. Let's see here. Give me another discipline roll, difficulty 3.
I thought it was someone else's turn.
No.
Nope.
I'm not through with you yet.
Oh God.
Sounds
So that was discipline. What's the objective? So I know my
Truth.
statement.
Probably.
Oh, truth. Okay. I'm gonna be fucked. Yep. Yeah, I'm fucked.
Oh God.
Okay, unless you wanted to spend a determination point, you don't have to.
Oh.
Let's see, we put you on the momentum
Yeah.
pool over here because we're getting into some stuff. You have currently no benevolences and no momentum. I have all of the threat. Beginning of the session.
I forgot that's how it starts.
Yes.
Gonna
Okay.
pay a determination point.
So basically failing this check. Oh, you're gonna use the determination. So that gives you 2 automatic successes, which means you actually pass. However, there is a 20 that you rolled. Well, I guess that will be turned into a 1
Yeah.
actually. So yeah,
Yeah.
you're good. You're good. You made it right on the money. So as you're asleep in your chamber, and you hear some scuffling going on close by. Several people, you hear whispers, and when your eyes flash up and you look, you see the glint of light on a crysknife, on an unsheathed crysknife blade. And you grab a glow globe, you shake it, and when the light emerges from it, you see there are 4 figures locked in combat. Your bodyguards, of course, Nelia and Shuri. And then you also see some of Hasak's men also engaged in combat. So it is initiative time. You need to make a decision right now. You did win the alertness check essentially, so you have the opportunity to pull your own blade. Make a decision right now on whose life you may take here in just a moment.
Oh fuck.
Mm-hmm. Here, as your bodyguards realize that this is some sort of a betrayal, they're like, traitors, Zoshir! And like they're wrestling back and forth. Like you see Nelia and Shiri crash through the beaded curtain, beads go everywhere, and one of the guys is like trying to drive his crysknife deep into the throat of Nelia. What do you do?
I'm probably gonna regret this, but Zoshir's gonna jump in between.
Oh shit! Like to take the hit, or to like push him out of the way, or
Push Nelia out of the way.
okay.
Or yeah.
Go ahead and give me a battle roll, and this is going to be versus Faith. So let's see. What drive are you using?
Duty.
Judy?
I'm an adult.
This is going to be more difficult. So let's see. Difficulty 4 is what you're going to need to knock this person off of Shiri. And you used your determination.
I did.
You did. I don't remember if you have that talent where you can roll to see if you can get it back.
Eric, who hurt you?
I think I'm the only one with the talent to re-roll it.
Ah, okay, good to know. Proceed.
Let's see. I have focus in short blades, so I will be using
Okay,
that.
good. That would be wise.
Oh, thank fuck.
You got 3 out of 4.
Yeah,
Unfortunately.
it's better than rolling a 20 though.
All right, so you interpose yourself between Nelia and her attacker. Shiri's fighting off the other one, and you kind of tackle this one, and you bring your blade up, and they manage to slip right underneath your guard and actually injure you. So what that means is basically you take 2 plus... No, just 2 damage to your battle score, which means if your battle score goes from whatever it is currently, I believe it's 8 to 0, you've been defeated. So he takes a cut and like he actually cuts through your chest and like leaves a scar there. You go tumbling into the furniture, and Nelia's eyes go wide when she realizes that your blood has been spilt by an assailant, and she doubles down on going after the assassin. Between the both of you, she grabs him from behind and draws a line right through his throat, and just drops him to the ground. Shiri kicks off the one that was on top of her, and throws the crisp knife right into his chest. The guy just kind of grabs it and falls down. There's an alarm that goes up. You hear several people shouting and yelling in the hallways, like bringing everybody there to see what's going on.
And we're in our siege or the enemy siege?
Your siege.
Oh, thank fuck.
Okay, so everybody, just a confluence of people show up with blades ready to be drawn. Your Merlot and his people show up and they look and they obviously see that there's 2 assailants in your room, both dead. But you yourself have been injured as well. So several people rush forward and they immediately put like a patch to absorb the moisture of your blood to your side. Madi, are you injured? Be still. Let us look at your wounds. Eventually, Hasak and his 3 guards arrive, silent, taking everything in before they say anything. How do you respond once they arrive?
My apologies. I owe you for your siege member's water.
You see, he looks around the room, and Merlot just has like coals of fire directed at Hasak and his people. Let's see. And this is one moment where he will not be silent. He's like, "These are your people, Hasak. How do you respond?" He's like, "You accuse me of deception, but it is Zoshir Tamer who has deceived you all. Your own Sayadina has told us in confidence that your Naib, your Mahdi, is nothing more than the product of an outframe. A Harkonnen, no less."
Motherfucker.
You see, the room is getting ready to explode into violence. You have one chance to calm everyone if you want to use communication, or if you just want to draw your blade and jump right in and kill this fucking traitor and take his water. It's up to you.
I'd have words with Myrma.
Kill the fuck.
Yeah, Myrma's sus for sure.
Myrma, who's also not here currently.
That bitch. Zoshir's gonna put his hands out. Just stop this.
Communication,
Aside-
please.
Ah, fuck. I can't roleplay it.
No, you can. But it's gonna be hard. What's your drive?
That's what I'm debating. I think it would be duty in this scenario, just because my statement is all for the good of the siege. It's the only reason he's on.
He's using faith because he's going by this like he's not. You're not a true Mahdi. You're a Harkonnen product. You know, you're some sort of outframe. In, traitor or
Can I
whatever.
give Ever a hint?
Sure.
Is your faith better than your duty?
No, my duty's an 8, my faith is a 7.
Okay, never mind.
That's-
Because the prophecy says.
That was in my head of like the Muad'Dib is an outframe. So that was what I was gonna roleplay with the communication. If
okay, yeah, you can do that. Go for it.
we'll see if I've still got
Faith
it.
versus faith.
Oh, faith. Wait. So am I rolling or am I?
If you're using the faith of the Fremen against them, then yeah, I would imagine
Oh.
that would be the drive you would use against it. In which case, it's not more difficult. It's actually less difficult. In which case, it would just be 3.
Okay, I'll do that then. There's no focus, unfortunately. Can someone please redeem a drink? No.
No benevolences? Okay. Let's see here. Hasok is like, what is this madness? The attack. Hold on a second.
Damn you, Aaron. But not really, because I love you.
You see, Merlot is like, the attack on my D? Unforgivable. He's like,
Wait, Mel,
you
is
are
that
free
for...
to take their water, he says, and he points to the Hasok and the others. As you're like, wait, no, the prophecy spoke of, an outframe who, and it's like, this outframe, and Hasok kind of cuts you off, and it's like, this outframe is none other than a Harkonnen. I have proof, he says, and he pulls out the uniform.
Where the fuck did he get that?
You
Enough.
really need to have
I'll
a
give
talk
you
with
3
Murma.
guesses.
God damn it, Murma. You shit. Zoshir's
Also,
is...
very quickly, Mel Adams has given a benevolence.
Ooh.
Oh.
Benedict Sunderbash source.
You can re-roll that if you wish. Otherwise, let's see here.
I do indeed wish.
Okay,
I wish very, very heartily.
so you can re-roll the 18 that you rolled, and if you get 2 successes, then you may be able to turn the tide here. That's pretty close. You got 2 successes there. I'll give you success at cost, which basically means that a lot of his fighters are withdrawing their support from his claim. Like, hey, we found out that this guy's not the real deal. Let's kill him. Let's take his water and be real heroes. And they're like, no, they're not. Their mettle has been tested. And then let's see. Merlot, is enough with your subterfuge, Hasok. Is this what we've come to now? That the Harkonnens have fled Arrakis? Fremen fighting against Fremen? You have a couple of options right now. Some of the warriors on Hasok's side are not necessarily surrendering, but they're not like backing him up. They're starting to physically put distance between themselves and their leader.
So, at this moment, I'm gonna... Zoshir will put his hands out. Enough. Can I speak for myself? Or are you going to continue to speak for me?
Hasok is like, I will allow you to defend yourself.
Oh, good. After I saved your people. That is a great consideration.
He's silent. He's just like glares at you.
Murma spoke the truth.
Gasps erupt around the chamber as you admit your heritage.
However, was it not prophecy that an outframe would be the one?
It is written. You'll see Hasok says yes.
It made no sense for me to be Fremen born and be exactly what the Fremen need.
You have Hasok dead to rights. You have the authority to order his death and those of his cohorts immediately, or you can spare him, like you did the Adwali. This, either one, can come with consequences for you and your siege. How would you like to proceed?
Woohoo! Look, here comes a consequence.
Delicious consequences.
Mm-hmm.
If you were in my situation, what would you do with a traitor as yourself?
I'd take his water, of course, and leave his corpse out for Shaihulu to consume.
Do you wish me to do that to you?
Is that what you truly believe that I deserve?
No.
For calling into question that Harkonnen would lead us? Would presume to be the Mahdi of our people that we've waited an eternity for?
I cannot fault you for that. I would be as angry as you, which is why I do not wish to take your water. Which is why I would rather work with you than against you.
He is embarrassed, visibly, that you have spared his life. Like, he like, withers before your eyes. Like, he's just kind of like, you know, this is like the ultimate shame now, right? Like, he is now indebted to you because you spared him his water. You hear calls from down the hall, like, the prisoner's escaping! Mahdi! The Sardaukar has been unleashed!
Very quickly, I'll look to my mortal enemy. And, shall we face the true enemy now that is escaping? Together?
It dawns on Hasak what you're referring to. It's like, we've both been deceived, he says. And you all go running down the hallway, just as you see, it seems to be coming from the area below where the Sardaukar is being kept. And yeah, sure enough, you hear somebody running down the gangway towards the chamber that houses the Ornithopter for your siege. It's Myrma. She is boarding the Ornithopter and leaving the siege. Meanwhile, the Sardaukar has her Chris knife in his hands and readies it against you and anyone standing in his way. We'll stop right there and we'll move right along.
Fuck!
Wait, so did he take her hostage, or is she helping?
She's helping release the Sardaukar. Yeah.
She a traitor.
We're gonna have
You
words.
see what happens. Yeah, that tends to happen to people who undergo all of that crazy vision stuff. They end up being changed as a person.
This is why Norma let her do it.
But is it a Cheshire Thopter is the important question.
Yeah.
Zoshir doesn't have the
Probably
suicide
not,
code.
No.
Oh. Fair
Okay.
point. Our
Daphne
Thopters are
and
as prone to
Norma.
crash, it happens.
Oh shit, that's right. I forgot about that.
It's moving day. The Arakeen Palace has not been this busy since your arrival over 6 months ago. As the Atreides are moving in, House Cheshire is moving out. Specifically to the former Harkonnen Palace in Carthage. Vacated after Raban's humiliating failure to successfully hunt the Leviathan. This is the first time a Harkonnen has not been seen openly on Arrakis in over 80 years. Despite this small comfort, however, you are keenly aware that the enemies of House Atreides are still present and operating against them and their allies, especially in Carthage. Your entourage eagerly awaits your arrival at the Arakeen spaceport as the last of the transports prepare to leave for the industrial city. With the majority of the House's security forces already having secured the palace to the best of their ability, the Regis Familia and their retainers are now cleared to land and take residence there. The only one missing from this gathering, including yourself, is Massam and your handmaiden, Conqui Sen. Since the Atreides arrived, you've noticed that you both have slept better than ever before. No more nightmares or terrible visions like those times past. Perhaps because of this, the Emperor's son has been more open and sociable, especially when around the Duke's son, Paul. Though he can be moody, like Massam, he appears to be highly mature for his age. Perhaps as a result, the two have seemingly struck up a friendship. Trailing behind you are your personal handmaidens, trained to tend to your every request. One of them joins you late in your morning routine and apologizes before walking in step with you. Another gently reminds you of your meeting with Duke Leto and his mentat Thufir Hawat concerning the security situation in Carthage. You've already received a security briefing from Security Commander Jaromir Hajan, which leads you to believe that this meeting is about something else altogether. Undoubtedly, you suspect the Harkonnens. You, with that, Conqui and Lady Daphne, you have the floor.
Oh.
Wait, I thought you said that I wasn't there.
Oh no, you are. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The only ones missing right now from the entourage that's preparing to leave the Arakeen Palace for the Carthage Palace is Conqui, Daphne, and Masum, who is not with you currently. He's somewhere in the palace.
Probably shooting skeet with Paul.
Yeah. You're looking to. You can't see. Nobody has seen him. No matter who you ask, as you're walking along, but you're doing your rounds around the palace to see if you can gather him and take him to the spaceport.
Well, so the longer that I go with, like, have you seen Masum? No. Have you seen Masum? No. Have you seen Masum? No. I'm starting to get worried.
Right.
Do you need someone to go and find him for you, Duchess?
I can go myself, I think.
You also have this meeting to attend to, of course, with Duke Leto and his mentat.
Is that emergent or imminent?
Yes.
In that case, yes, if Norma would not mind going to look for him.
Okay.
Of course!
I forgot that voice.
And I skip off.
Yes. So the two of you kind of like move in different directions. Daphne, you're looking for the Duke, and oh yeah, he's right down there in the war room with Thufir and the security team. Let's see.
If I am meeting Duke Leto Atreides, I wear my nicest garb.
Of course. Your handmaidens wear the same thing. They, like gold colored head to toe, with the veil and everything. Let's see. Navigating the bustling hallways, you eventually arrive at the ballroom. Here, Atreides forces have established a temporary command and control center until they have finished their work securing the basement and the palace shield generator beyond that. Support staff monitor and analyze communications in and out of the basin, looking for coded Harkonnen battle language embedded in the static. Officers receive reports from everything, thopter patrols to spice harvesting, and they sort out the logistics. Situated at the center of the room is a large table where a holographic display of the Imperial Basin starkly illuminates the face of Duke Leto Atreides and his mentat, Thufir Hawat. The two men stand and look down upon the currently projected geography, examining what appear to be a live satellite footage of troop movements. Everyone stops for a moment to acknowledge your presence. Immediately, some screens go dark and all conversation in the room drops several decibels. Leto, despite sporting a troubled look upon his brow, smiles genuinely and moves to greet you. The mentat is statuesque in his stoicism and seemingly unmoved or unsurprised by your arrival, almost like he was expecting it. Daphne, he says, these last few weeks have been a whirlwind. Forgive me. I have been meaning to have a moment with you to discuss the resolution, but I'm afraid fate had different plans. May we speak privately in the kitchen?
Of course.
Both of you, Conqui Sen and Daphne, give me a discipline roll, difficulty 4, please.
Okay.
You can, of course, always buy extra dice by giving me more threat. That offer is always available.
All right.
What are we observing exactly? You said
You're looking for Mossum, and Daphne's making a observation because she has hyper awareness.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I mean,
I'm
if she has
going-
hyper awareness, if she spends threat, she just automatically gets to ask you or get information. So, but it's yes or no. Well, not yes or no. It's
Well, I would
based on-
like to use Prana Bindu to try and re-roll. All right, so I'm going to use Prana Bindu to try and re-roll the discipline. Also, my discipline is 6, and I have the focus of observe. So the 4 that I rolled should have 2 successes.
Oh, so you got it.
Yeah, I just didn't click
So,
that focus
okay.
applied.
That's fine. Okay,
Okay.
that's 3 successes out of 4.
So re-roll the 1d20 from the Prana Bindu. Fuck!
You're too busy with the Duke and his proposal, the resolution against the Emperor, to kind of like pay attention to some of the smaller details. And Konkui got close. Got 3 successes.
I'm just looking for Mossum. It's not something.
Yeah, you're you're laser focused on finding Mossum
I'm
right
not
now.
gonna. I'm not gonna blow determination to find a child.
That's fine.
Not in
no
this
worries.
situation.
No, you find him easily enough. Let's see here. You see, within moments, Thufir issues some hand gestures to a nearby officer who proceeds to vacate the entirety of the morning kitchen staff in less than a minute. While he remains behind to manage command and control, Leto escorts you into the palace kitchen, where the aromas of spiced coffee and eggs assault your senses. Let's see. Talking about the resolution. Let's see here. Leto brings you to the private office and uses a palm lock located on the ornate desk. He retrieves an unfurled scroll made of residual crystal paper and unrolls it before you, displaying a plethora of signatures complete with seals from several minor and major houses of the Imperium. He says, you may see some familiar names on this list. These are all the heads of several minor and major houses who have signed on to my resolution against the Emperor. Though it is non-binding at this moment, this serves as evidence that the majority of the houses we have approached regarding House Carino's governing of the Imperium have reached new heights of displeasure. As you're aware, all the houses of the Landsred are in control of at least one planet, are entitled to shares in Chome. The Emperor controls the majority of those shares at 38%. As such, you can usually persuade something like 15% of those shareholder votes in the Landsred in accordance with House Carino's wishes. Meaning that in theory, Shaddam effectively controls 53% of the Chome. This is where the real power from House Carino comes from. The Sardaukar are just a threat to protect that power. My resolution against the Emperor is part of a multi-pronged plan. One consisting of making the case before the Landsred that Shaddam cannot be trusted with the management of Arrakis. Spice quotas for the last 80 years have been abysmal, in part because we know that the Harkonnens have been skimming billions of salari every year since their fief began. Another consists of convincing the Chome Directorate under House Carino the Imperium has fared worse than in any other time since the Jihad. Thufir has already done the projections. For the first time in the Imperium's history, we have enough allies within the Landsred to issue a resolution challenging the Emperor's control. We have a real chance to win here, and to vote House Carino out as Great House status and open the way for a new Imperium moving forward. One that doesn't rely on a single ruler, but the cooperation of all the houses working together to manage the Imperium together. In order to achieve that, of course, we need much more than just a long list of signatures on a piece of Julian crystal paper. We need hard evidence of the Emperor's malfeasance and the Harkonnens' double dealing, and they're conspiring against both of our houses. I understand that you and your people recently engaged with both Raban's people and the Emperor's Sardaukar, disguised in Harkonnen livery. Any physical evidence, intelligence, or survivors from that incident that can be brought before the Landsred will greatly improve our chances with the High Council's ruling. It will also help to sway the Chom board to move shares away from Shaddam, weakening his control over the Imperium. As for my part, I will be reaching out to Dr. Kynes, the judge of the change here on Arrakis, as this was clearly a breach of canony. I need you to make an understand test, Daphne, and you may use other memory to achieve 3 automatic successes if you choose.
Yes, please.
Okay. Whispers start to reach your ears from everywhere and nowhere at once.
So I assume house politics would apply?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Oh shit. Roll 20 is out for blood tonight.
Well, the good news is you can buy off a nat 20 roll complication like that with 2 threat if you choose, or you can take the hit as a complication.
How much threat do you have?
A
lot. You can also use threat to roll additional dice on this test. I'm going to say good stuff starts happening when you reach 3 or more successes.
Alright, I'll spend a threat for a reroll.
How many points do you recall from other memory? How many successes are you reaching for here? 1, 2, or 3?
You don't get threat for this.
Correct. That's the voice.
Is there any reason not to go for the full 3?
No.
Really?
Okay.
So that would give you 5, but you would have a complication to go with it.
Alright, I'll take the 5. I'll also spend the threat to make the 20 go
Epic
away.
Success. Okay, 2 threat it is. Alright, so no complications. So, you already knew this, but your other memory confirms it for you. You are the heir of 2 houses, House Iyasi and House Cheshire. Every house that owns a planet, or had, that kind of stake in the Imperium, they have shares within Chom. But House Iyasi was destroyed. However, with that being said, House Iyasi is not dead so long as you're alive, which means you could claim those shares with Chom that belong to that house, and with your own, it may be enough to help sway the Chom Directorate against Shaddam and House Carino.
Oh, fuck!
So, but that would require going to the Landsrat and basically saying, like, I have proof that I am of that line because of Kyra and so on. The big hitch there, your mind's racing at 1,000,000 miles a second here, is that you would have to, they would have to go through the very long bureaucratic process of confirming that with records. However, there is a way, because of your epic success, that you can expedite your request to get those records confirmed. But in order to confirm that and expedite that, you would need to go to the Bene Gesserit to do so.
Okay. I'm giving myself a complication because I was going to offer those shares to Masum.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's like, whatever you can do to help with this effort, of course, it would be greatly appreciated. There are some other things on the Harkonnen front that I wanted to discuss. Namely, we know of a secret spice stockpile the Baron keeps on Prime. Thufir was prepared to move on this intelligence when it was recently reported to us from Duncan that they had a storehouse here on Arrakis. Surprising and defeating a host of disguised Sardaukar is no small feat, even for my people. Could we count on your house's expertise once more to potentially infiltrate this spice stockpile on Barony and retrieve this much-needed evidence for our cause?
GD Prime.
Correct.
Yes, I will. I'm glad to offer what agents I can. I've got a few
Excellent.
ties amongst the Fremen, but I don't know how well they'd do on Gidi Prime.
The Baron's nephew, Fade Routha, is scheduled to host his latest gladiatorial bout. Invitations went out to most of the houses of the Landsrat, with the exception, of course, of House Atreides. However unsavory the Harkonnens can be in these types of venues, attempting could provide the necessary cover for this kind of operation, assuming you have a suitable asset under your command to carry it out, of course.
I have several. I'll have to decide which one. Or ask them.
You're seeing where he's going with this, basically. It's like you're spending an evening with the Harkonnens, potentially, to have this operation go through without a hitch. And now we'll switch over to Norma. Let's see here. As you're winding your way through the crowded hallways to meet with the head of House Atreides, 4 Sardaukar march quickly into view and stop you in your tracks. Captain Uriel Shamza, who needs no introduction, steps forward to face you directly and demands, "Where is the Emperor's son? And why is he not with your retainers at the Arakeen spaceport with the rest of my men?"
Who is this?
Oh wait, I'm
Sardaukar captain in charge of Massam.
That's right. I'm Khan Ki right now. I was just about to give a straight-faced answer.
Proceed.
Well, why don't you come with me? I'm about to go and get him.
I'm sorry.
He's
What did
just
you
playing.
say? He like looks at you like, "Did you just fucking make a joke at me?" And things are obviously tense and increasing very quickly. And you hear a voice from over there somewhere. Let's see. And you see this woman with shrouded, kind of like a Bene Gesserit style robes start heading over. "Excuse me, Captain, is there a problem?" You see, Shamza looks over. Says, "Young Master Massam has become quite adept at ditching his bodyguards. I suppose he had a lot of practice the last time he was here when your inefficient house security was not able to keep our men from being ambushed and killed," he says, looking at Konki. "You probably don't remember, but the Sardaukar never forget." Jessica speaks up. "Captain, I implore you to be at ease. Regardless of whatever tensions exist between the Emperor Sardaukar and our allies, I assure you, that as long as House Atreides resides in Arakeen, that no harm will come to the Emperor's son." And she kind of flashes a signal to the house security nearby, and they start moving. Let's see. A second.
Did you say that was Jessica, or?
Yes.
Okay. Bouncing along happily, acting like I am totally not.
I'll give this one to you for free. You notice that she noticed something about you, and she messages you with like the hand signal to Bene Gesserit, like, "I have an important message for you. If you follow me, I know precisely where the young prince resides." Okay. Walks you and the Sardaukar captain to this large chamber. The Sardaukar charge ahead and create a large sweep of space before the Bene Gesserit concubine of House Atreides as she leads you through the familiar winding corridors of the Arakeen Palace. Your heightened awareness detects the ionized smell of active shields ahead. You stop to focus and you can hear the crash of blades on a Holston shield just inside the grand banquet hall. The Sardaukar appears to hear it as well and immediately bursts past the guards there, hands on the hilts of their blades. Immediately upon entering, though, their body language communicates confusion. Jessica can't conceal the smile on her face. The large banquet tables have been cleared from the center and pushed to either side. In the center are 2 young men with blades in each hand, circling one another with active shields humming and buzzing as they flash. They both look up in surprise as the doors fly open and begin laughing. Now, Captain. There's hardly anything dangerous about shield practice, is there?" The embarrassed Sardaukar sheathe their blades. Shamza stands forth and barks another declaration. "Young master, the transport to Carthage awaits at the starport." And Massam kind of looks around. "So soon? I was just about to best the Atreides heir in Florentine style." Paul laughs. "Where are you now?" One more round. Let's see. Shamsa says, "Now, Masum,
Oh, come on. We can't let them play a little longer?
No, these are the solder card. These are your father's commands, which means that they are now my commands." Masum sighs, rolls his eyes, switches off his shield, hands the 2 blades back to Paul, who similarly powers down his shield, then turns the weapons on the table. As the Emperor's son wipes sweat from his brow, Paul turns to clasp his hand. "Next time?" "Aye, next time." Shamsa, slipping away from your detachment again, engaging in shield practice using real weapons without any supervision. "There most certainly will not be you next time." As Masum is kind of collecting his things, someone steps out from behind one of the support pillars and stands before the captain. Short and stocky, with a wiry sort of musculature and a long scar on his face, stands Gurney Halleck. They were being supervised by the Duke's War Master himself. These young pups had expressed permission from me to practice here. So long as I remain, I would not have allowed them to be harmed in any way. Shamsa just kind of holds his glare before he scoffs and brushes past him without another word. Masum shrugs and assures you that he will be on the last transport and will meet you back at the palace in Carthage. Give me a discipline difficulty 2, Concrete.
Okay. I sent you the message of what I always do.
Oh, sorry.
And what is this check for?
Just noticing something. It's just,
okay.
Whatever. Yeah.
And duty then. And since it's for noticing, would espionage?
Yes, actually, yes.
For a focus? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 2 successes. Or sorry, 3 successes.
Okay.
And these 20s, oh my god. No,
but that was Prana Bindu, so that one's a wash.
That's okay. You got 3 momentum sitting in your pool right now. I think 1 benevolence, somebody said?
No, 3
benevolence. There's 3 benevolences from Mel.
Oh, shit. Okay.
We got some bennies.
Let me know when I get malevolences. Not like Peter. Jessica's like, "Thank you, Gurney. Diplomatic as always." You notice that the handmaidens are making eye contact. The one that was late was making eye contact with Masum and subtly waving at him as he left the hall. The young prince is surprised and waves back awkwardly, smiling as he leaves the hall. Gurney smiles, quote unquote. "Always a pleasure." You notice, because of that success, you also notice Jessica signals to Gurney in their house battle language. Prepare for violence. Gurney gathers some of his guards outside the banquet, and they kind of get in a huddle. Let's see. She motions for you to follow her into some private antechambers across the hall.
All right. I bounce my way over.
Yeah, the office is still in the process of being furnished for the Duke. Glow globes kind of spring to life when you come in. As she begins to speak, she brings up some semi-sensitive information concerning the assignment of House Atreides that she can establish communications with. You catch a sight of her hands moving in the cant while she's making idle conversation with you. "The Sisterhood has sent an adept to spy on and infiltrate your house. Since Caladan, we have been on alert to their presence. One of my agents reported seeing someone new among the palace staff this morning. The other servants and the head of housekeeping were not aware of this new addition. Young woman, fair skin, sandy colored hair, light eyes. The servant has not been seen since. We didn't raise any alarms, since doing so would have tipped them off. They're not here for us. Do you know why they are once again targeting your house?"
I just, again, keep with the idle talk as, with the hand signals I explain. Oh, this and that. I gloss over, some of the exploits we've had over the past few weeks. Wait, how long's it been since,
About a week.
Okay, yeah, I just kind of gloss over the details so that she gets the gist of, yeah, we've done a lot that can piss him off.
see. Okay. She's like, I suspect it's one of these handmaidens of your Duchess. Gurney's already gathering them together outside for you to potentially interrogate them. Do as you will, and you're welcome.
Out of character, which was was the one who waved at Mossum one that I've recognized before, or does she?
The late edition, yeah.
Yeah, the late edition.
Mm-hmm.
Was she new? Is she new to my recognition?
No. I mean,
No?
No.
Okay, so suitor in the making.
Right.
All right, so I just curtly nod my head for the thank you. Walk out the door, start bouncing again. Oh, what do we have here?
You can communicate with anybody you want within the palace, including Daphne, if you want to make her aware of these developments, or if you want to keep them quiet for right now. But
Or
the three
yeah.
You see, out of the 3 handmaidens, there's only 2 that Gurney has in his possession in the hallway. And he's like issuing orders to those. Where's the other one? Where's the third one? There was a third one.
Do I remember what the third one looks like?
Kind of hard to tell because, handmaidens, so veil, same dress as the other ones.
Crap. Even with hyper awareness, which is a threat to you.
I mean, you can try to make a roll and see if you can beat Gurney and his men at tracking down this interlocutor.
Well, I think it's. Yeah, it's.
Is your intent to chase and capture them, or to trail them, see where they're going?
Trail.
Very good. Give me a move difficulty 4.
All right. Good thing I have stealth because.
Good.
And I can re-roll one. Let's see, what do I get?
Actually, difficulty 3. So you actually 1, 2, 3,
Perfect.
4. Wow. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, you see exactly where she's going. You realize that and she probably realizes it too, that the hand wave was a little bit too much. And now as she's moving away, and you catch sight of the dress, like, tucked away, like in an alcove somewhere, like she's ditching the clothing and trying to slip out. She's trying to leave the palace, and she's going right into Arakeen. Do you communicate with anybody at all as you continue to trail this spot?
Yeah, I will. Anybody who I know is trustworthy, I will just give a quick tailing possible spy. Be back soon, heading to Arakeen.
No biggies. Yeah.
Yeah.
So continue out the door, trailing him out the door. Daphne, you get that on your communicator as you're going over stuff with Duke Leto. How do you respond, or do you respond?
So she looks at the message.
Mm-hmm.
I really and so she doesn't say it out loud, but to herself, she's like, I really miss Pardo. But trusts that Norma or Conky can handle herself.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
She will send one message.
Everything.
Where's Massum?
Yeah, I was gonna add that afterwards. Mossum's heading to the spaceport. Was it?
Okay.
Was that right?
Yeah, with the
Okay.
Cybercar captain. Mm-hmm. ...
With the Sodeker. Totally not giving you even more anxiety.
You're like, with the finger on your throat, and Leto's like, is everything all right, Daphne?
So is it widely known at this point that who Mossum is?
Yes.
Oh, we tried so hard to keep that damn secret. So hard.
He went to Kaitane. There was a big hoopla about it. Again, your questions as to why your Imperial support is so low, there's your answer, partially.
It's not our fault. I blame Helen.
Blame his hormones. He's a young teenager. he's like, well, if
I can help
everything
it.
was, yeah. You see, Leto's like, you're busy. I'm sorry. He's like, thank you for hearing me out and for the support you and your house have provided us during your stay. I hope the Carthag won't be too difficult for you to manage. It is a den of Harkonnens through and through.
I am looking forward to the challenge, but I hope you enjoy Arakeen. I've had many good memories in these halls. One piece of advice: keep someone stationed near the shield generator in case it needs to be suddenly turned on.
At all times. Yeah. Okay. All right. Excellent.
And
all
so I will let him know that I will pledge Cheshire resources to his project. But I would want to talk to Masum regarding the disposition of Iasi.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's like, we can help you with that. I have friends on, because, as you know, the Archduke can make accommodations for you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
With that, do you do anything? You do any last goodbyes at the palace before you board the Ornithopter at the spaceport?
Oh man. So I'll probably give the staff like some parting tips, including shut out Mapes. Like, y'all did great. Sorry for that one day everyone took shots at the palace.
So,
If there's still bullet holes, my bad.
quick question: has Beatrice came to Arrakis yet, or is she still on?
Not yet. No.
No. Varys is going there to collect her in part.
Okay.
Correct. Which is what we're going to switch to as soon as we get back from our break. So we're just going to take a quick 10-minute break, everybody, to drink some water and hydrate while we're on the sands of Arrakis. And
we're so hydrated.
We shall continue with Ellis on Jabberwock.
Okay.
Stay tuned.
All right, we're clear. 4, 3, 2.
Welcome back. Where we left off, we're going to visit Elois Spicere and her entourage as they heroically save the Hayliner from near annihilation, near destruction of the planet Jabberwock. It's been a week since that time. We spent some time recuperating on board the Hayliner. The Guild dropship jettisons down on a crowded landing strip. Many desperate people awaiting fresh supplies from off-world are waved away by Guild security. You and the others are given respirator masks and special suits for your short journey from the tarmac to the Thopterpad. Today is a particularly windy day at Calais City spaceport. There's so many dangerous particulates circulating at such high altitudes. As you disembark, exhausted, you glimpse a streak of emaciated Jabberwockian jungle cats being slowly loaded onto a vessel bound for off-world. The pride of Jabberwock, and the symbol of House Cheshire, has been reduced out of necessity to its primary export. Overhead, the rumbling sounds of an Atreides transport can be heard as they ferry in fresh water and food from Caladan. The crowd you saw from your viewport moved in unison to the unloading of life-sustaining rations. The Thopter ride is forgettable amidst the miasma of the last couple of days. As you approach the Grand Palais, Cheshire, you realize how desolate this place appears now. Once you're home, resplendent and bustling with activity, this place now appears as a haunted locale from a long-ago nightmare. The house physician's nasal tones can be heard over the transmitter as you arrive at the palace. Bring Lady Cheshire and her entourage into the medical base straight away for decontamination testing. After being hurried into a special chamber recently constructed for this very purpose, the decontaminant mists sprayed by the micro protrusions in the wall fall gently and cause the doors to click and hiss open. After which the physician and their assistants help remove the safety equipment, revealing Elois's new guild steelswoman's garb. A necessity, given the recent massive spice intake she incurred as part of her actions. Apologies, my lady, the physician says. These are new precautions we're having to take until the atmosphere is cleared of the dreaded particulates. Everyone here wants to thank you emphatically for your heroism. Everyone, including the guild, of course. They await you in the grand foyer for a private audience. You can, of course, send them away if you wish and bid them to come back at a later time.
No, I think it's best to greet them now.
As you wish. You get taken to your quarters first to rest and refresh yourselves. They give you every amenity, especially considering everyone here owes you their lives now. Amira and Varys were with you the entire period of time that you were in recuperation aboard the Hayliner. Varys takes the jungle cats and says, "Look, if you need me, I'll be down the hall." And Amira settles in with you, puts a reassuring hand on your shoulder. "Beloved, are you well? You don't look the same."
I don't think I'll be the same ever again, no. But I'm fine.
I don't pretend to understand what it is that you went through in that chamber. Clearly this was some sort of sabotage. We need to press the issue with the guild. There needs to be an investigation. Someone has to pay for this.
I have a plan. I know you love those words from me.
You always do have a plan. Whatever it is, I swear the oath. I stand by you always. No matter what, she says, and she reaches out and touches the deformities that are now developing underneath your eyes. No matter what comes. Waiting in the palace foyer are a trio of guild representatives. Chief among them will be a first stage steerswoman named Sayla Dorliak. dressed similarly to how you are, since your emergence from the Hayliner incident. She exudes this casual professionalism that comes through in how calm and laid back she conducts herself in conversation. Her two aides stand silent and similarly dressed, clutching spiked cudgels in their gauntleted grasps. Good day, Lady Elois, and thank you for taking the time to meet with me on such short notice. First, the Guild would like me to extend their gratitude for her efforts that you recently displayed aboard the Hayliner. Indeed, I think everyone on Jabberwock is indebted to you for your quick thinking and selfless action. My name is Selah Dorliak, and I am an envoy for the Guild. Obviously, we take matters such as this very seriously and have begun a full investigation into the murder of one of our own. But this is not the reason I am here. You see, I was sent to Jabberwock long before you arrived because the Guild wanted to issue a cessation of hostilities to you and your house. They regret how things unraveled on Arrakis, and as a result, Edric was recalled at that conjunction. And given how you managed to prove so many wrong about your abilities, they have made an exclusive offer for you to rejoin the Guild as a fully fledged first stage navigator. You would, of course, be given full privileges as a navigator and be assigned to your own Hayliner for use as you wish. Of course, part of this deal involves traveling to Junction for training purposes. You can, of course, reject this opportunity, though if I were you, I would absolutely accept it. If simply because you and I already know what it is like to be at odds with the Guild. Besides, you're already dressed for the part. Might as well get to work.
I don't think I'll be able to fulfill my role as the head of a newly formed house if I join the Guild, will I?
That is most fortunate. I will relay your wishes to senior leadership. However, the offer still stands should you change your mind.
I'm happy to renew a amicable relationship with the Guild once again, but I don't think my role will be as a navigator, unfortunately.
Oh, what
And
should
I
I
think-
relay to the council on your behalf?
That I greatly appreciate their renewed foresight and good thinking on reassigning Adric, because far be it from me to suggest internal sabotage, but our security is rather impressive, wouldn't you agree? It would be deeply difficult and nay impossible for a house to have pulled this off. Poisoning a navigator is no small feat.
No, it is not. I take this very seriously, of course. But I meant more in the terms of to what capacity would you be comfortable serving the Guild, if not as a navigator?
I wish to remain as the head of my household, so whatever capacity I could serve at.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
damn it. All right, it's back.
Ugh.
Sorry
Okay.
about that.
Darn shenanigans.
So,
Sorry, my typing was coming across. I was trying to fix it.
Before this first stage navigator leaves, though, Eloise could be like, though if it was someone outside the guild that managed to pull this off, I do have an idea of who might be involved.
oh. Please, share.
I would suspect the Harkonnens first and foremost.
Harkonnens are kindly against House Atreides. What would they have to do with you?
Oh, they're not fond of, well, not my house personally, but House Cheshire at all.
Your sponsor house.
Yes.
You see.
And this is the home world of House Cheshire, after all.
I will take this back to the council and see how they. Perhaps they will take it into consideration when they begin their investigation of this matter. Thank you for your time.
Yours as well.
Well, you have a few options here. I mean, obviously, there are a lot of things to take care of here now that you're essentially the steward of the planet for your house. There is a lot of stuff that you would have to address, including of making it official for House Pachera to be the head of Jabberwock and not House Librius, as everyone had been previously told. And now with the Duchess away on Arrakis, the people are clamoring for some kind of an explanation. There's a lot of other business on Jabberwock as well, such as Omelas and what to do with him currently being imprisoned in the garden. And of course, Beatrice. You also have Dead to bury. So a task that Varys has volunteered to do while you conduct your duties as the head of household.
Yes. I just want to point out that most of these are other people's responsibilities that I have gotten stuck with.
Welcome to leadership.
Yeah.
Wait, don't forget you have to keep Yeva alive.
The antidote.
Yeah, I never promised that, by the way. I never promised
know you
that.
didn't. I know you didn't.
We'll see how that plays out.
It was mostly a reminder that she exists.
Oh, I didn't. I have a checklist. I have a checklist written of what I need to do.
Archibald decided to take her with him.
No.
Oh,
No,
okay,
she
so-
just got left on
No.
Jabberwock
So
for
we're
me to deal with.
We're going with the abandon your pregnant wife?
Correct.
I couldn't.
But you did.
And you could see it another way. He didn't take his pregnant wife to the exile planet.
That's fair. That's fair.
That's kind of the exact thinking I was going on that part.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take her to one hostile place to even bigger hostile place.
Right, exactly.
So I think the big thing is to
Notice
announce
how nobody ever asked Yeva where she wanted to go.
what. Look,
Bedridden, currently
We know
dying from
where we
poison,
want
so-
we know where we want her to go, and that's all that matters.
the afterlife, but maybe not. All right, so I think for the announcement stuff of my stewardship and what's going to happen with Cheshire is probably something I'll schedule because we have a new influx of wealth. Fun fact.
Yeah.
So we will prepare a big to do for that. I think the first thing Eloise is going to do is probably visit Eva. That's top of her agenda.
Yeva's first.
Oh,
and then you're
actually,
gonna make an announcement?
Amelis first. Amelis first.
Melis. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. What would you like to do regarding him?
She wants to have a dialogue with him first because she has some questions.
Okay. Amira goes with you. You take a thopter, fly down the warden, bring out people to usher you in. You wish to see the prisoner again? Yes. You bring it to his chamber, to his cell. He seems surprised to see you. I was expecting. He's like, I was expecting the Duchess. What brings you here, Lady Elos?
I'm afraid the Duchess is busy with matters on Arrakis. I will be the steward of Jabberwock going forward. So your fate is in my hands now, Amelis.
I see.
I have some questions that will determine what your fate will be.
I will answer them to the best of my ability.
I will tell you, unfortunately, Pardo Reed has been killed. So we are mentatless at the moment. So I'm inclined to not have you executed, depending on these questions.
Most unfortunate.
How much did you have to do with the plot of my father and my uncle to kidnap me?
Yeah, you hit him right in the heart with that one. Came right out the gate, and he's just like, you could see the shame on his face. He's like, I did what was necessary, and I kept my oath of silence. For as long as I breathed Jabberwock air. Unfortunately, this information, however it made its way to you, was not intended to arrive in such hands.
It was my brother that told me.
I see. The of Cardus still live, then?
One of them, yes. He goes by a different name now.
Did you take Amira in with you to
Oh, yeah.
see him?
Yes.
Amira speaks up, like, very bluntly, like, yes, he goes by Varys now. He's looking to court Daphne as his partner. After nearly killing all of us.
Amir,
like,
that was mostly Alicia, and you know it.
Omelis' eyes roll into the back of his head. He does some calculations, and he comes back for a moment. And he's like, I see. Plans within plans. Is this love that this of Cardus revenants shows genuine, or is it a ploy?
Eloise glances at Amira and then looks back to Amelis. I think it genuine. I see how he looks at her.
Looks can be deceiving, Lady Eloise.
I was trained in the Guild of Elis. I deal in lies.
I am in no position to judge. In fact, you will be the one judging me today. What shall it be then? You condemn me for the sins that were committed so many lifetimes ago.
Part of me wants Varys here to make that decision, but it's not his to make after all.
You're the steward of Jabberwock, then the responsibility lies with you.
Yes. I would have you resume your duties as penance.
I would be honored.
Wonderful. She'll turn to whatever guard and be like, release him.
You honor me, Lady Olos, having served so many generations of your family, so many generations of you. You see, the Amira doesn't seem that pleased with this old man. She just kind of studies him, sizes him up. You just make sure to keep your nose clean, Mentat. You don't want to end up like the last one.
Amir speaks true, Amelis. This is your last chance.
I understand. And he's like, thank you.
You must be blessed with the luck of the Cheshire Cat with how many lives you have, Amelis.
I suspect so. Has Daphne made a decision regarding her sister, who still resides here with me?
Varys is here to collect Beatrice, but we'll see how that plays out depending on the next few days.
Amira speaks up. He's currently burying the dead, which include the previous Mentat that I mentioned, and Alicia, of course, outside of Cheshire grounds, as Daphne requested. He kind of smiles a little bit and shuts his eyes like, I would have it no other way.
You're free to pay respects if you like, Omelis, but then I'll have you report to your duties.
Immediately. And they give him his things. He changes, and within an hour's time, he's ready to go. And you get a lot of looks getting out of the place, that just basically coming in here and being like, yeah, he's fine. Come with me. He's coming with me. The end. Warden can't say no. They open the doors, and now out you go. Is there anything else that you do before you, or once you head back to the palace, rather?
Let's see. So many things to do.
Really, for real.
I think she will stop to go pay respects at Pardo's grave. Not Alicia's.
Ooh.
Fuck that.
There's multiple graves being dug here. Pardo and Dr. Sloan and Alicia. Forgot Dr. Sloan.
I forgot about Dr. Sloan as well.
Yeah.
Whoops.
That was a while ago. That was
Ouch.
like season 2.
Well, his body died. He died on Arrakis, but like,
Yeah, he died during Alicia's
his first
siege.
home. Correct. You see, you fly out to this patch of land where Varys has designated to inter the dead here. and he offers everybody like a moment to say their words. He's prepared a small thing, a letter, and he's like, "Today we laid to rest Pardo Reed and Alicia Cheshire. You know, all of our mothers died on that fateful day, dead because of things our house put into motion decades ago. In that way, at least, we are the same. But the similarities begin and end there. Pardo Reed served House Cheshire admirably and until his last breath. His final actions saved countless lives and exposed the corruption inherent with so-called great houses, like House Harkonnen and that of the Golden Lion Throne. Alicia Cheshire, on the other hand, whose mind was poisoned into believing your deadly lie, and he's saying this over the grave of his mother, helped bring our world as we knew it to a near cataclysmic end. Mother, today we bury our dead as I now bury the past. I renounce House of Cardus as I renounce you and Father for the lies you sold us. Because of what you've done, my brother now lies in a tomb made of sand and rock, never to be given a proper burial or the respect he was due. My convictions are my own and will be cemented once I wed the Duchess of House Cheshire. For though I may be in control of my actions, it is she who holds the reins to my heart, a heart that no longer has room for you or Father. This is goodbye." And he reads a poem for Pardo. I am the thousand minds that know. I am the diamond grip that closed. I am the sunlight on shadowed faints. I am the subtle plots of rains. As you awake with conspiring's rush, I am the hand that keeps it hush. Of ornithopters circling in flight, I am the slow blade's piercing bite. Credit to Dre LaFay for that one. That excellent ode. And with that, the dead are put to rest finally. As Varys finishes his work, he turns to you and Amira. What now? Beatrice and Omelis have been released from the garden. Will they be heading back to Arrakis, or will they stay here with you?
Omelis will be serving House Pacheria for the future.
Let's see.
I do not believe the Duchess wishes to see Omelis ever again.
I see. And it's like, while I'm here, I might as well put my skills to test for you, if you will have me. Otherwise, I too will be heading back to Arrakis on the next flight out. What will you have me do? I understand you have business back at the palace.
Yes, several. I have to deal with my uncle's spouse.
Amira kind of shoots him a glare and it's like, just keep your distance. I can protect Lady Elois fair just as well as anyone else. Or better than anyone else, she says.
I'll arrange a duel for you two. Perhaps that's where we start. A duel, would that make things better?
Practice? He says. I'd welcome it. And you see Amira, stone-faced killer, it's like, you would welcome defeat then. We shall see.
I think it will make a wonderful addition to my not coronation, but whatever.
Yeah. Heading back to the palace, you see confused and
real quick. Remind me, what's the chess game? It's a Cheops? Is that what it is?
Chops. Yeah.
Chops. Amir is going to take out a miniature board and put it on Pardo's grave, and then make the first move, and be like,
Fuck.
I await your move, Pardo," and then she'll leave.
Go ahead and take an advancement point for that. That was good. Well done. You all fly back to the palace. You have the elephant in the room, of course, is Yeva. On the ornithopter flight over, you see Beatrice is confused, wide-eyed, and just, looking expectantly out into the world for the first time since her arrival at the garden. She doesn't know what to do or what to say. She's been granted clemency. She's unsure of how to conduct herself, especially in these circumstances. Do you say or anything to her?
She'll kind of study her and realizing that she's dealing with a child, essentially, like as far as emotional state. Beatrice, dear, the plan is for you to leave and go to Arrakis, but I'm inclined to know what you would like to do.
I don't know. I'm sorry. She looks over to Varys, and Varys puts a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't be sorry, child. This is a true awakening for you. You have the rest of your life to look forward to. It's like you are now the master of your own fate. We will help you realize that for yourself.
There are many paths before you, is my point, and they're yours to choose. They're yours to choose.
The Thopter lands on the Thopter pad, and your entourage comes out to receive you. Varys is like, I'm gonna go feed the cats. I'll be around back. You need me.
Very well.
Amira is like, we shall not. And then tells the guard to escort Beatrice to her new quarters, Alicia's old room in the palace. Oh,
fuck me.
Lady Yeva awaits. How do you conduct yourself as you walk towards her? As you know, like, how do you want to conduct yourself in her presence, basically?
Oh, I'm gonna be a right bitch.
Oh, this is going to be very amusing. All right, let's do this. Let's see here. Yes. This has been a long time coming. Let's see here.
She's also been a hot minute without her antidote.
Yeah. You hear her yelling at somebody as you near the quarters. Do you even know where he is? She asks. So Archibald put a child in me, abandoned us, left for two-pile, and in typical Cheshire fashion, handed everything that was ours to his niece. All this in a matter of months. Did I miss anything? Door's open.
Eloise just steps in and taps on the door, like, snidely. I see we're already greeting the help with your usual cheery demeanor.
She's like, oh. It's like, let me tell you something about your great and wonderful general. His claim to fame, that story that's been repeated for generations, it's all a myth, an exaggeration of what actually happened. Think about it. All the people who originally witnessed what occurred are all dead. All that's left are those people's children and grandchildren, spoon-fed a terrible lie about how their parents gave their lives fighting until the coming of the great General Archibald, who ushered in this so-called peace. But what he actually did was convince the opposing leadership and their followers to attend a trap where they were all butchered and peace was declared.
I truly...
It's like the kettle black. Oh my god. Sorry.
What an interesting history lesson I didn't sign up for.
Oh yes, House Cheshire doesn't have blood on its hands, dear. It is gushing at the seams with blood. Enough to
Someone's about to have blood on their hands.
Place and wash you and your entire entourage away. You would do well to avoid your uncle's honeyed words at all costs.
My uncle is gone.
He's dead?
No, not literally dead, but he's gone.
He seems somewhat disappointed.
Let's talk about you. Yes, that is where he went, in fact. Feeling a bit under the weather, are we?
You know what I'm going through. You did this, didn't you? She points at Amira. And Amira just smiles at her with a smirk like, sucks to be you.
I wish I could claim that I was the architect of this. I'm afraid I must disappoint, though. However, she'll reach out her shirt. I do have your salvation if you stop flapping your gums for a moment.
He stays quiet, grimaces.
Oh, you can take instructions. Wonderful. Here's what's going to happen, Yeva. Were you not carrying a child of Cheshire blood, I would be inclined to have my lovely Amira dispose of you right now and dump your body outside the city for the wildcats to enjoy. But I have a different idea for you. I need an heir for my family.
What?
I need an heir for my family.
Are you having problems conceiving?
I have concerns.
Get one of
She
your own?
she gestures to her eyes. I have concerns what the recent changes I've undergone because of the spice would do to any child I carried.
Ugh. So what, you want mine?
If you're having a daughter, yes, I would. If you're having a son, I'll keep him as a ward, but he won't inherit anything.
Roll a d20. 1 to 10, it's a boy. 11 to 20, it's a girl.
Like in real life.
It's like in real life. Exactly.
Some of us get to pick.
There we go.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, there you go, girl.
So,
Well, I mean, she gets lucky sometimes.
This is all
So-
about you now, isn't it, Elois? What about me? What about my fate?
you get to live.
Live where? Under what circumstances? Am I to be
I'll
your
let you-
prisoner? Hostage?
What would you have me do? What would you do in my position where the roles reversed? You'd have me executed, wouldn't you?
She stays her tongue.
That's what I thought. I'm much more merciful, you'll find. I've even granted Omelis his release. He'll be joining me as my Mentat.
Very well. Make your choices. You've already made your bed of serpents. Go lay in them soon enough.
They're making it very difficult to keep you alive, Yeva.
Just give me the antidote.
Do we have a deal? You get to live, I keep your child.
Yes, fine. Take the whelp.
Good. She tosses the antidote to her.
Holy.
She administers it as best as she can. She breathes a sigh of relief and just sweat pours down her face. She's just a complete mess. You've never seen her so exhausted, used up. Amira kind of smirks like, huh. Turns around and leaves. Unless you had something else you wanted to say to her.
One thing, Yeva. I'll let you stay in the palace, but if you resume your subpar, third-rate scheming, not only will I bring you the heads of any collaborators, yours will shortly join them. And she looks at Amir. Isn't that right, my dear?
She just smiles. And Yeva sneers at you on your way out. She struggles. She gets up and seems like she's laboring for breath. And she like grabs a hold of the posts on her bed to help her along. She makes her way to refresh herself in the antechamber. Amira gives you a knowing wink, a knowing smile, like that was really good. Well done, well played. What now, beloved? The planet is ours. Now we need to sway the will of the people. We need them behind. We need them behind us before we proceed with our agenda.
We're going to use some of our newfound wealth and throw a little bit of a celebration, revitalize the economy, and make my announcement of the new stewardship of Jabberwock and the changes I'll be putting forth. She kind of strokes Amira's face and is like, this is where it starts. And then I'm going to break the Imperium and usher in a new age.
I await the dawning of that day with great anticipation, she says, before she kisses him. And now we switch to Gamant and Nadim Harkonnen. Right. Gamant at night looked unremarkable from a distance. Once you arrived, however, you soon began to understand why people seldom leave this place after they visit. Despite the most ardent of the faithful describing it as an irredeemable hedonistic hellscape, the Pleasure Planet boasts brightly colored buildings, bustling crowds, and constant celebrations on every corner. Many of the Empire's most affluent and free-spirited come here to escape, pretending to live in another time and place, as well as to love without judgment. You, however, are here on business. You are met by an expectant delegation from House Harkonnen. An armored car awaits nearby. A necessary mode of travel here, as the estate house you are to be driven to does not have a designated area for thopters. Your chariot awaits. As night falls, your senses are assaulted by the subtle scents from food vendors and expensive perfumes until you arrive by ground car at your destination. Welcome to Harem. Like many of the various worlds which can be found here in the city of Celiba, it has a distinct theme and aesthetic that is both obviously not accurate to what it is trying to portray, but also somewhat charming in its self-awareness, such as it is with the lavish estate house looming before you, along with the iconography synonymous with ancient rulers and their palatial decor. Large shirtless men and women wearing eyeliner and striped pants stand watch at every doorway with blades and stunners at their sides. Their weapons don't appear to be for show. Thankfully, you are expected, and they let you through as you approach. A pair wordlessly guide you to a chamber where rhythmic, atonal music could be heard faintly from behind the large double doors. They open to reveal an opulent and spacious room filled with ornate suspensors, buoy furniture, and in the middle, elevated on a floating settee, is the unmistakably large form of your older brother, Iskandar Harkonnen. You are walked into a miasma of melange and semuta. Judging by his eyes, he's been addicted to both for longer than anyone knew. Despite his cherubic features and his jovial nature, however, Iskandar is known for his cunning and ruthlessness, just like your collective uncle, the Baron. Picture here so you can see. And then see. Here we go. This is Iskandar. This is what you see before you when you walk in. My dearest little brother, how good it is to see your troubled brow and those red-stained lips once again. Welcome to Manzil Hakunin. Please, pardon the mess as we are only just finished one of our revels. I trust your trip to Gamant from Gidi Prime was pleasant. He kind of claps his hands loudly, waves everybody away. Only the remaining guards stand at ready. How was your trip? He says, as he readies the Ixian dampener field so that you can have a private conversation.
As you said, pleasant. I do not suspect that you do not have eyes on the boat in any case.
Most assuredly I did. He turns on the field. Oh, he turns on the Ixian field and he's like, I see something in you, Nadim. Something our beloved Baron seems incapable of detecting with his own eyes. I see the promise of prominence, of Harkonnen hegemony. Your talents and my guidance, we can begin a new chapter for our house. As you're doubtlessly aware, Vladimir has run the Arrakis endeavor into the ground. It didn't help that he handed the assignment off to that idiot nephew of his, Raban. And now the entire spice mining operation is in the hands of those bastard Atreides. But in all this chaos, I sense an opportunity. One that, if played well, could benefit us. The Baron is becoming increasingly unpopular, both in the Landsbrad and in the Imperial Court. Meanwhile, Duke Leto is making strides in both, making even the Emperor nervous. Now is our chance to replace our dearest uncle and restore House Harkonnen to its previous glory. I am proposing, of course, a power play, one that would be initiated by simultaneously removing Vladimir, his nephews, and that insidious mentat of his, no offense. There will be contingencies in place for us, of course, but by the end, we will be holding the keys to the kingdom. Does this interest you?
Where you see an opportunity, I see a trap.
Ah! You do not trust me, dear brother.
Well, quite obviously, I don't trust you.
Good. That would be wise. But, naturally, I will be providing necessary material resources for our mission, as well as establishing a line of communication with our friends and two major criminal organizations operating on Arrakis, the Katseki and Lupos syndicates. They are able to provide the assets we will need for this little coup d'etat in the form of seasoned mercenaries, saboteurs, and assassins. As for your part, there has been a recent vacancy, the untimely demise of our top agent in Arakeen. I can arrange for you to be assigned to that post. It will provide good cover for your real mission there, which will be to act as my direct intermediary with the syndicates. Our house has long established relationships with them, and are employing them to do our bidding as we speak. He studies you for a moment, while he lets you kind of like digest that.
Well, then now that you seem to believe our uncle has been dispossessed of Arrakis because of his bumbling, why would you think to send me to Arrakeen for his dispossession of power? Wouldn't it make more sense to put our agents on Gidi Prime?
Ah, you're getting ahead of me. He's like,
That
I can
seems
already
to be
see
the case very often.
He's like, I can already see the wheels and cogs in your mentat brain turning, Nadim. And yes, you would be correct in assuming that the reason for choosing Arrakis as part of this dangerous endeavor was ours to signal that this change in leadership is a result of Canley and not an internal Harkonnen power struggle. Because the latter, of course, would play right into our enemy's hands, you see. Whereas the former appears natural and absolves us of any accusations of skullduggery. Risky, I know, but no real reward can be had without risk, can there?
Understood. So my purpose in Arrakis is to pin our moves on our friends the Atreides.
Correct. Baron will not expect forces from Arrakis, of all places, to attack him there on Gidi Prime. Those Atreides are much too honorable for that. At the appointed time, these assets will strike, and our own forces can then finish the job and clean up the mess afterwards. allowing us to proclaim that we were the ones to restore order. This is the opportunity you've been searching for and have been denied since your training began. And I count on you, brother.
I won't go that far, but I'll say that this serves my purposes. As I'm sure you know, it was never my decision to undergo mentat training. It was a decision done for me when I was very young.
It was, and what a tragedy it was, yes. But we have an accord then. Callum, dear brother. There's just one small impediment to our agenda, however.
I can think of several.
The most immediate. One that requires immediate remedy, and something that I trust you can overcome quite easily. Consider it a test of competency and loyalty, if it helps. You may be, you're undoubtedly familiar with our oafish half-brother, Vasily. Well, in his infinite wisdom, the Baron saw fit to assign him as a personal watchdog for our side of the family. He needs to be, relieved of his position. And this is when he produces a small little black box with gold inlay. Crystalline onyx. He opens it to reveal a blade. As you know, Vasily is an accomplished duelist and has a ridiculous sense of honor for a Harkonnen. So much so that he will almost certainly challenge anyone who insults him. One way to deal with Vasily will be to eliminate him with one cut of this weapon. The coating on the blade is only visible for a few hours after removing it from this box. The venom will fade and leave no trace afterwards, so it's a one-time opportunity. I can provide the antidote should you, anyone else, scratch themselves while using it. He's here now, you know, on Gamon. A few suites down from Harem, in fact, attending some boorish noblewoman's bachelorette party. I should know. I sent him the invitation. However you manage to do it, once he's removed from the board, I will make arrangements for you to board the first Hayline into Arrakis. I leave it to you to establish a clandestine method of communication that not even our family's best spies could crack. I trust your hands are more adept than mine when it comes to this sort of skullduggery. Just think of it, Nadim. Soon enough, we will be House Harkonnen. Any last words?
What makes you think that Vasily is still loyal to the Baron?
Oh, that I don't know. I can't claim to know what the man thinks. But I'm assuming that you can. And like I said, we just need to have him relieved of his position as personal watchdog for a dear uncle. However you manage to do it.
Very well. I have no objections to this part of the plan.
Excellent. Then we'll begin immediately. And he switches off the Ixian dampener. It is always a pleasure doing business with family, dear brother. Enjoy your stay here on Gamon for however long you choose. Ta-ta!
Ta-ta.
In mechanical terms, he's going to need you to, because he trusts you to do it, to establish a method of communication with him while you're on Arrakis. Be it, like, hey, I wrote you a letter and I sent it, via Highliner, or some sort of encrypted thing like like he gives you something to take back with you to Arrakis, which is just like a little Shiga wire thing. And it's basically like a little tiny wire that if put in a particular device, it can project the information inside. So if you can literally hide it in your hair or something like that. And this is something that he wants you to personally deliver to the syndicates there, one of the leaders of the syndicates, so that they can be up to par with your plan, with your plot. Now that you've been given this assignment and you are no longer being considered a human Acubus, how do you want to proceed in dealing with Vasily before you vacate Gamond?
Well, he said he was at a bachelor party.
Yeah, bachelorette.
A bachelorette party. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, there would be a way for me to crash that, I guess.
Sure. You're a Harkonnen.
That's true. We're automatically invited to all parties.
Correct.
So yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. Once you make your way to this place, as night is falling, how do you want to conduct yourself within the party? Do you want to just like blend in and disappear, or do you want to like wait until the party's over and follow him out, or did you want to engage him directly at all during the party?
Yeah, no, I would want to talk to him at the party.
Interesting. Okay. Vasily is a duelist, right? Like he is staunch, broad-shouldered, typical pale-looking, bald Harkonnen guy. He doesn't sport a beard like I suspect your character does, but he does have some facial hair growing underneath his chin, which is not the usual for a lot of the Harkonnens who take after the Baron. He has a dog, a tiny one, like cradled in his elbow, almost never leaves its side, and he has in his other hand he sports a drink. 2 blades, one on either side of him, and he seems to be talking up some of the other guests at the party, in some sort of attempt to try to garner some sort of encounter.
Okay. Well, I will conspicuously walk up to their conversation.
He'll recognize you as his half brother, and he's just like, he kind of gives you the eye, like, "What the fuck are you doing here?" He looks twice, but doesn't say anything, and he just continues on with this conversation. The dog kind of growls at you a little bit, like, "Rrr." How do you respond?
Oh no, I get that from dogs all the time, so I don't,
it's normal.
Yeah. To the dog. Well, yeah, I will just stand there and make whoever he is talking to very uncomfortable, I guess.
Mm-hmm. You see the young lady who's there is just like, who's this boorish man? Oh my goodness. Like, just kind of, you're just kind of standing there staring, not saying anything, which is very uncomfortable in this kind of
yeah, I'm good at
situation. And she just kind of like looks over and sees that the two of you obviously have a resemblance and know each other, and she kind of saunters off. He kind of puts down his drink heavily. What are you doing here?
For the party. You
Yes,
know how much I love parties.
He's like, just, he could see right through you. He's just like, I'm not buying anything that you're selling.
Not selling anything.
This. What do you?
Who do you even buy it with?
What does the Baron's calcula later want to do here?
I believe the Baron has quite a famous mentat. He has no need for me.
Exactly.
And here we are, both in the same place. So I guess we're both as useless.
No. The difference is I have a purpose and you don't.
Oh, yes. So I see. I stare around the party. Quite useful.
Well, I'm keeping tabs on you-know-who.
Wouldn't it be best to do that in secret as opposed to blurt it out loud in a bachelor party?
He kind of washes his hands like this. Do you see anybody listening to me? The one listening to me right now is you. Seeing as you chased away my quarry.
Okay, I just kind of raise my eyebrows and look at him like, is this person obviously like really that dumb? Like, no one's listening.
He's an oaf, like, your brother said.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Subtlety is not his his soup du jour.
Well, at the least
Confrontation, though.
What?
Confrontation, however, he's very good at that.
At what? Did you say confrontation?
Yeah, he kind of puffs his chest out at you and looks down at you, and this guy's like a foot taller than you. Out with it.
Out with what? I came to visit our brother on some other business, and he mentioned that you would be at this party.
What is this Kandar doing? Think he's doing, bringing you here from Gidi Prime?
Well, as I said, the Baron has no use for me, so perhaps I'll do some calculations for him.
If you don't have any reason to be here, then go away. I'm busy.
Well, unfortunately, I do have a reason to be here.
Ah, there it is. Here it comes, he says.
I have to kill you, I guess.
Sorry, take an advancement point for that. That was so good.
Straight up, yeah, I'm gonna kill you.
I guess.
I guess I gotta kill you. Like, he's like, I'm sorry. What?
I have to kill you.
He like straight up laughs, like big belly laugh, and everybody, like a bunch of people, like turn to look and see. He's like, you. I could have had the lady who changes my towels kill you.
Okay, I'll fight her too. That's fine. I don't know what you're doing nowadays. Is that your routine, your practice regimen? Towel girls?
I could have killed you 10 different ways from the moment you walked into this place. You're joking, clearly.
Clearly, I'm not. I push aside the I push aside the I push aside at my belt and show him the hilt of a Chris knife.
You see the the dog barks at you now. Like, easy, Roy, easy. Well done. Who put you up to this? Iskandar. Didn't he put you up to this?
No,
This is what he's been working all these months, isn't it?
Yes, you're very intelligent. Why didn't they make you a mentat? No, quite clearly.
That's what I said.
My goodness. Quite clearly, it's because of your dog's barking.
You leave Roy out of this. If you came here to take my blood on Iskandar's doing, then I welcome you to try it, Mentat. This is not a problem. I am a problem that you cannot think your way out
of. I would agree with that. I would agree with that statement. That's correct.
Well then, draw your weapon. And he kind of like hands the dog off to one of the courtiers. Please hold him gently. And then he takes both blades, like he puts his hands on the hilts of both blades, and a hush kind of falls over the crowd as he's making it very clear that he's challenging you to a duel.
Okay. Yeah, I get my personal. I don't know how the personal shields work or whatever, but I get that ready.
Yeah, you basically switch it on, and it makes it one difficulty more for them to.
Okay.
Hit. Yeah. He's like brandishes both blades out. Are you using the blade that Iskandar gave you?
Yeah, I'll palm that in my like offhand.
Mm.
And
You're
but
hiding it.
Yeah, I'm hiding it.
You're
No,
hiding
yeah,
it
I don't
from
want him to see it. So I'll palm that in my offhand, and I'll
Mm.
be using the Chris knife in my main hand. Yeah.
Interesting. There's a story behind that Chris knife, and I want to hear about it later. Let's see.
Drea
Well, you know what,
LaFay,
us Harkonnen, we were on Arrakis a very long time.
True.
Drea LaFay has purchased benevolence specifically for Nadim.
Oh, bye. Okay, hold on a second. Let me update that. Benevolences are now at 4? Damn. And here I am with my 0 malevolence set.
You got
Nice.
one
Okay.
right now.
You just got one from me.
Betty. Never disappoints. Okay, so
Bam to bam.
let me find Mr. Oh wait, I have him here. Duh. Excuse me. Yes, Vasily. Okay. What traits? Excuse me. What drive are you using in this duel against your half brother?
That's a good point. I don't really know. I've got truth and power. Those both seem to make sense to me.
You know he's very proud and he's very honorable, according to Iskandar.
Okay, well, I will go with truth because I'm better than him, and I decide what is true.
Okay. This is going to be slightly more difficult for you. Let's see. His skill is 7, which means you're needing to hit a 5 success to defeat him in personal combat. We're just going to make it really
So
simplify
for
the rules here.
I have a skill called Twisted Mentat.
Yes.
Which is I can make an understand roll to the best to obtain information about the most effective way to harm or inflict pain on a person.
Yes, you can.
That's good for a fight, but
yeah, absolutely. Get 2 successes or more, and you succeed in that attempt, which means you can essentially get like a trait, like oh, you know his tell or something like that.
Okay, so how do I do that?
Click on understand, and
Okay.
it'll ask you to select the drive, and whether you have a focus or specialty in the skill that you're using. Which, if you have something like body language or
I have deductive reasoning and Canly for understand.
Canly is definitely in your wheelhouse. This is a duel. So yes, you can absolutely use that as a specialty.
All right, and so for Twisted Mentat, it says I get a bonus momentum for each die I buy by adding threat. Do I need momentum?
You have momentum. You have 4.
Okay.
And you have your benevolences in addition to that.
All right, so I don't need to do that, I guess.
Probably not, no.
All right, so I make I click on understand, and I use truth and submit. How many dice? I don't know how many dice do I use there?
You roll 2 dice by default, and if you want to purchase additional dice, you can spend momentum to do so. The first die costs 1 momentum, the second die costs 2, and the third die costs 3 for a maximum of 5.
All right, so I won't do that. I'll just, because this is the whatever roll for finding a weakness.
Wow.
Roll20 hates us today.
Use that benevolence. Oh my god.
Yeah, you gotta then use it.
This is just the understand roll, so.
Yeah, but this will give you an edge over him if you succeed.
Use the Benny.
Okay, I'll use the benevolence. How does that work?
Just reroll.
You could reroll both. Yeah.
Holy, that'd be 2 complications. Also,
that would be fucking horrible.
Yeah.
That's like the worst thing you could roll.
You misread all his tells.
Yeah.
The DC's now a 7.
You got 1 and an 18. Not the best. You need 2 successes in order to make that happen. So, you can spend an additional momentum to throw an additional die to see if you make it beneath the threshold of 15 to get another success and get that edge, or take the loss.
Okay, so how do I roll the additional die?
Just roll on the side of Roll20. There's like a little 20-sided die thing underneath the clock. And if you hover your mouse over there, it gives you an assortment of different dice that you can roll. So you just click on the d20, and it'll roll a d20. We can just eyeball it. Okay. 15 right on the money. That's 2 successes, exactly what you needed. You see exactly what kind of fighter Vasily is, and you know exactly how to get an edge on him. So now instead of 5 successes to defeat him, you need 4.
Okay, great.
I will remind you, by the way, that you have a point of determination that you can spend if the drive that you are using has a statement associated with it. In other words, if your drive is 6 or higher and has a statement, you can spend that point of determination to give yourself an automatic 2 successes with whatever you roll.
Okay. All right. So yeah, my truth. I do have a statement with truth.
Mm-hmm.
Which excellent. Is I decide what is true.
Delicious. Okay.
Beautiful.
Go ahead and roll. You're going to be rolling battle.
Okay.
I'm going to keep this very simple. The dueling rules are much more involved. We're just going to do like a simple combat here to dispatch him.
All right. So for battle, I have my focus is assassination.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that applies. Are you fighting to first blood or to the death?
I don't know. How does I'm supposed to kill him, right? But
correct.
I guess if he stops after first blood, that's fine. If I can nick him with the poison blade, that will work too.
Sure. Okay, go for it.
So I guess what I'm trying to do is nick him with the poison blade, but make him think it's the Chris knife, so that the fight is
sure.
And then all honor is done, and we'll drink for the rest of the night.
Excellent. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So I have something called the slow blade, and I have something called decisive action. So I don't know how those figure in, but I guess I'll make a battle test.
Yeah, and if you want to roll additional die with that, like if you want to go all in, you can spend any number of points from the momentum to get additional dice. Typically 3 or higher is what the recommendation if you want to secure your success.
Okay, so how many?
You would be spending 1 to get to roll 3, and you would be spending 3 to roll 4 if you wanted to go that high.
All right, so I'll spend 3 to roll 4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so with the slow blade, that means that since I've bought dice with momentum, I can choose an additional asset in the same zone to ignore, it says. I can click on the slow blade, and I think that'll populate it.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, when you make an attack or do a skirmish using melee weapon, you buy 1 or more dice. Spending momentum, you can choose one of the assets. He has 2 blades and a shield. So you can declare one of those things to be ineffective, essentially. So you can just say, I ignore his shield.
Yeah, I ignore his shield. And then with decisive action, it says, when you succeed at a battle test, to remove an opponent's asset, you bought 1 or more dice by generating threat. So I have to do that. So I can.
You may spend 2 points of momentum to remove a second enemy asset. So if you give me threat, you can, in addition to disarming him, you can remove a secondary. So if you succeed with 2 successes, and you give me 2 threat, you can remove both of his blades and disarm him effectively.
Okay. All right. So what does giving you threat in this case mean?
That means I get 2 more of these little red dots that I will use against you. I would totally not use against you. And
yeah, sure. I'll give you the threat.
It's DM momentum.
Okay, so I'll give you some DM momentum. So there you are.
Excellent. Go ahead and make your battle roll, and you're rolling with what did you get? You got 4 dice, I believe.
Yeah.
You're rolling with 4 dice. Yeah, you're. Whew. Yeah, I think you're gonna obliterate this guy, but let's see.
We'll see.
Holy shit!
4, right on the money. So, do you want to describe how you fake him out with his with your fast movement and the hiding of the blade, or how do you want to do that?
Yeah, I'll come in high with the blade and cut him in a painful area of his face, across the cheek and the nose, so it hurts a great deal, hopefully. So it'll disguise the pain of basically me nicking him on his hand, where he's holding the blade.
You prey on his vanity, and you slice him right across the face, and he like turns his head and sneers at you, and just he doesn't notice that you slipped behind his leg and just went whoop and just slid the black blade right along his ankle, and he kind of backs up and almost trips over a table chair and just like readies himself. The poison doesn't act that fast, so you've drawn first blood, and everybody's waiting in anticipation for it to end. He is very upset, however. Do you try to be like, oh, okay, that's it. I won. First blood, haha, whatever.
Yeah, I guess I'm not very good at that. But
what's your communication score?
4.
You're about even then. Yeah. His communication sucks. You want to try to kind of appease him, his rage. You can try to appeal to his sense of honor. You just need 2 successes to kind of placate him. I mean, okay. Everybody's watching, so.
Okay, so I guess would that be like justice or duty or?
Justice seems fair.
Okay.
It would be an even keel fight, and because you have 4, it's literally difficulty 1.
Okay. All right.
It's not hard to.
2 dice. I don't have a focus and communicate. All right, so let's see.
Look at that. You got 3, and you needed 1, which means you get 2 additional momentum to the party pool here. Very well done. You're like, that's it. It's over. And I've given you a scar to remember me by. Don't ever underestimate me. And Vasily is just kind of like,
since I got
very well.
Since I got a lot of successes, can I like pet his dog?
You can. Actually, one of the things you can do with momentum, when you earn it, you can spend it to gain additional information. You can ask a question, and I have to answer it truthfully, or you can spend some to create a trait or an asset or anything like that.
Oh, okay. Can I have the dog after he dies?
Roy? Sure. You're like, I could take better care of your pet than you can. And he's like, I highly doubt it, he says. He sheathes his blades like, very well then, brother. It was good seeing you.
Pleasure.
And he kind of gives you this look like you could leave now.
Yeah, me and Roy take off.
Make sure he gets fed twice a day, please. And like he's just like, kill me. He kind of says over his shoulder as you walk away with his dog. And he, or actually, what'll say happens is as he goes to retrieve his dog, he kind of stumbles and catches himself on the table, and he's like, oh, I don't feel very well. And you see the courtier that he was with was like, oh, this way, let me get you some water. And just then you kind of like hold out your hand, and the servant that's been holding the dog this whole time is like, oh, okay. And hands you Roy. Roy's like, ruff, ruff, ruff. And that's how you exit the party. Where you go from here is up to you. More than likely, though, I suspect that you'd be taking the first Heyliner back to Arrakis.
Yeah, I'm getting the hell out of here. I'm going to.
Good call.
I don't need anybody putting 2 and 2 together.
Of course. Now, camera shall shift to Archibald, or 2-Pile. All right. Time seems to pass differently on the exiled planets. Since your arrival, you have lost track of how long you've been an expected guest of the mechanized patron Allfather. The surreal quality of your meeting continuously replays itself in your mind, with the thinking machine emerging from a murky crevasse in the side of a large mountain. You must have so many questions, the modulated voice echoed. All in due time, of course. First, you must be exhausted from your journey. Come, we have prepared a place for you as our guest. You recall the jolt your arm experienced when it grabbed your hand with its cold metal fingers and shook it slowly. An effort by the thinking machine to appeal to your humanity, no doubt. A familiar formality in this sea of uncertainty that you now find yourself in. Since then, you've been sequestered in this vast chamber atop this gilded palace, cut impossibly into the high mountain. The chamber has polished plasteel walls, floors, and a ceiling with no seams for doors or windows. It's outfitted with dim lighting scheme that emanates from the edges of the flooring, and in the center of the room is a bed, your bed, from Jabberwock, with not a detail out of place. Here you have been asked to wait for Allfather's summons. You remember seeing your elite guards station themselves not far from the entry to this chamber. However, in the time that you've spent here, you're no longer sure if they are present or if they can hear you should you call out. This, combined with the seemingly impossible means of exiting the chamber, has led you to believe that you are not so much a guest here, but a prisoner. You feel a strong sense of deja vu awakening inside this chamber. What do you do?
What does this chamber look like?
It's enormous. It's all plasteel walls and flooring. There's faint lighting coming from the edges. It's very, very sparse. There's like no details here other than your bed, of course. You want to look around?
Yeah, 100%. I want to know what this place is.
There is ventilation here, from what you can tell. There's, it's very cold. Not frigid in your current regalia, but it is chilly, to say the least.
Do I get a sense of, I guess, danger in a way? Like something big is about to happen to me. Like kind of like right now.
The sense whether you're in danger or not. You definitely feel like you're in danger. Like you're not sure about anything regarding this thinking machine. But it nonetheless has you here as a guest. And he assured you that he'll be along soon enough. And then he'll let you out of your cage. I mean, your room.
Okay. Are there any, like, tools, I should say, like
None.
nursing tools or nothing like that?
It's just you and the bed. It's also a very strange detail because this is your bed from Jabberwock. How did he know that?
He's been spying on me. All right.
How long do you wait?
Oh man, I don't know. The vents.
Mm-hmm.
How big are they?
Not big enough to crawl through. You'd have to dismantle it if you wanted to reach up in there.
They are big enough to walk through, though? Like, get through?
But not walk through, but maybe crawl inside of.
Crawl. Okay. Do I necessarily have to, what if I took it off? Like, is it guarded by anything, or is it just like a plain?
No guards. It's just you in this room. Yeah, you can go ahead and you'd have to jump up there and grab it and pull on it, and you want to damage it as much as you can. It's not invulnerable.
Huh.
You use the bedposts to kind of get a better view of the ceiling, and despite the bad lighting, you're able to see this large vent shaped in such a way to facilitate airflow into the chamber. You leap up, you grab it, and squeeze. You start trying to squeeze yourself through this narrow opening that you've created. Give me a move difficulty 2.
So, first, before I do that, I do have a question to ask.
Sure.
in terms of like keeping it cool, all right,
Mhm.
usually when people have that sort of thing, it's surgery, basically keeping it cold keeps the germs away. Am I right?
Sure.
Mm, why would you need that much airflow, though? That's the thing.
Well, because there's not a machine living in this room currently, but a human who needs air because it is a frail creature.
Yeah, okay, I don't feel safe with this. Oh god, but I want to see what's gonna happen. But on the other hand,
Mhm.
okay. Yep, nope, going through the vent. I have a feeling this is futile.
No, it's two pile. Go ahead and roll a move.
Roll it.
Can we give an advancement point to Eric?
It's called
Screw you
malevolence.
guys, man.
Oh, right.
All right. What was it again?
Move. You need 2.
Oh Jesus, move. This is my worst stack.
I know.
I hate you all. Okay.
Thank you,
dude.
Big Dad.
We're gonna go truth.
Okay.
Now, if I escape this, I'm certainly gonna freaking.
Yeah, let me know if you got it.
Yes. Oh, 4. Hell yeah.
Wow. Excellent. Normally I'd give you momentum, but in this particular scene does not apply. You'll see why in a moment.
I guess
But-
we see who Roll20's favorite is.
I know,
I
right?
see, yeah. You access the vent, you move through. It leads you to another chamber similar to the one that you were just in. This one has furnishings and a lone figure residing inside. It's Allfather. You like surprise him by like dropping in on him or something.
I think I'm gonna stay in the vent. I want to see if he says something. I want to know what he plans to do with me. Unfiltered.
He's just sort of standing there for hours as you watch him, and he's just like not doing anything.
That's
It's
odd.
almost like he's waiting for you.
What did Archie get himself into? Okay.
Indeed.
I guess he's gonna be as quiet as he can.
Sure. I mean, you're no assassin or anything like that, but you lower yourself down as quietly as you can. And then he sort of like turns to regard you. It's this blasphemy of blasphemies, a 10-foot tall thinking machine that walks, talks, and acts on its own accord. Featureless face that stares down at you with no eyes. You catch your own distorted reflection on the chrome metal skin. A semi-translucent midsection swirled with what appears to be orange spice gas. With a barely perceptible hum of sound, metal limbs rotate and slide smoothly into place. And in a pantomime of human speech, Allfather places its metal hands on its hips, straightens its back, and regards you with a hint of amusement and surprise. Ah, there you are. You made it. Good, good. We were beginning to think that you were not going to get it, as they say. We hope the accommodations didn't prove to be too deadly for you, which is why, if you haven't discovered the truth by now, everything that you have experienced since you arrived has been a simulation, including this conversation we're having right now. You undoubtedly have questions. Please proceed.
Simulation? What simulation?
This right now is merely a construct composed of bits of information that we are directly feeding your mind. Your body and mind are in repose. while we engage in this query and answer session. Reality ceased shortly after we shook hands. You recall the jolt when we shook, yes? That sensation you felt were the thousands of little thinking machines that were injected into your bloodstream. They made their way to your head, where they colonized your mind, so to speak. This allowed for direct interfacing with our visual construct. No need to worry, of course. The machines inside your body will become inert after a short time and flush from your system the next time you relieve yourself, disconnecting you from the virtual world. In the meantime, we've sustained your body functions and have relocated you to our Grand Palais, which you see before you now. You first arrived to us on the planet once known as Mars, but has since been renamed to Alfheim due to its greenery. Anyway, let's get you out of this virtual world and into the real world, eh?
I guess. What,
You don't
what
believe
exactly?
me, Archibald?
No, I do.
Ah,
Not
you're
agree.
right. You're okay. You got me. He says. Well, that jolt. Yeah, you died. Since then, we've excavated your brain and placed it inside of a machine for preservation. We then surgically inserted an interface that would allow your mind to communicate with an ancient simulation construct made to make you believe you were still alive. Soon we will do the same to the rest of your media appendages. Just kidding. It's just a little thinking machine humor there. No, really, you're fine. And suddenly you feel like everything kind of like changing and grinding to a halt, and then you just sort of like get pulled out, and you feel like you're being born again. And like this chamber that you're in is you have these things stuck in your nose, and like it drains of this liquid, and the whole room is dark and only save for just a few lights that flicker here and there. But Allfather is there, and he's just watching you, while his assistants, also these robotic thinking machines, help him do your the things that are your accoutrement, the things that are hanging on you in this experimental state. You are completely naked inside of this thing, this pod or whatever.
Where's my guard?
And all in due time. All in due time. You feel pins and needles all through your body as everything, the world just becomes blurry. You have no idea how long you've been here. He's like, sorry for the deception, but it was a necessity. We needed to know if our candidate was capable of initiative and resourcefulness, or if they suffered from decision paralysis, too much hubris, and so on. Yes, this was a test to discover what kind of person you are, because although we knew of your existence, we still didn't know anything about you, especially as removed from Imperial society as we are, something we hope to correct in the near future, with your help, of course.
Wait, say that again.
Basically, he's saying that the deception was necessary because they want to know what kind of person you are.
Oh,
They're
that
hoping that
part.
with your help, they can correct some of the issues, like them being, removed from Imperial society. You don't know how the fuck that's going to happen, but you suspect he has some sort of plan.
So you want to integrate yourself in the Landsrod? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Why?
Isn't it obvious? We're living on an exiled land. We don't have self-determination. Clearly, you do, and others like you as well. And they live under the Frau system, which is a flawed system to be sure, but it is one that can be changed. You've already met my children, our children, he says. Never refers to him in the singular, always we, us. He's like,
as in the children of light, or what was
the children, the forgotten children.
them?
Yes. It was like they've been integrated, and perhaps you can be as well. It
Integrated,
would be
how
to your
so?
benefit. Integration. How do I put this? He says. Imagine immortality and infinite knowledge. We offer the Imperium endless possibilities. For example, an embrace of our technological progress could result in completely changing the way warfare is currently waged between the great houses. Think of it, the next time two houses go to war, they can settle their dispute by pitting automata against another, eliminating the loss of human life and collateral damage. Atomics are an inevitability, of course. However, I suspect that the great houses in their infinite wisdom will continue to clutch their precious weapons of war very closely in an Imperium where they have to share space with thinking machines, yes? And that is predictable. Nevertheless, we have means to defend ourselves from such an attack. And never forget that some of the exiled houses did smuggle through some of their atomics in the process, and we've been stockpiling them for the past 10,000 years.
Okay.
And oh yes,
What? Okay.
regarding your question regarding integration, you can no longer leave Two-Pile alive, knowing what you do. This is your home now, at least until you become fully integrated with us as part of our collective. We won't need to rush straight into it, of course. We can begin with a hand or a leg, if you like. Eventually, of course, we will need access to your tactical and strategic acumen. We will then share what we know with you as part of our menagerie. With such knowledge, we can lead the way towards true independence and freedom, the children of Two-Pile.
Why is it? If you want to get, thing is, I find it weird, and I find it odd that you want to integrate yourself into the Landsrod. Why do that when you can just be your own entity?
Oh, but we are.
And destroy the Landsrod?
Heavens, no! We don't want to destroy the Imperium. We just wish to join it. It will change over time. And seeing as we're immortal, well, we're along for the ride. I'm assuming you want to join us. It is why you're here, is it not? General?
I guess you could say that. But why do you say I can't leave Two-Pile?
No one can leave Two-Pile.
Why not?
This precisely. Why not? But if you're truly committed to our cause, you will become integrated, and we will share our knowledge with you. We will become united, and in doing so, we can then leave Two-Pile. And we can introduce ourselves to the Landsrat. We can join the Imperium. But not before. These terms are acceptable to you, not?
I plan to make...
You feel a tremendous amount of tension or an expectation of you to answer in the correct manner. Because machines operate on a binary.
Yep.
And if you answer incorrectly, well, things could go very badly for you here.
What's your future for Two-Pile?
Which one? There are several. Too many, in fact.
Why don't you enlighten me?
I could. I could tell you all of the futures that await Two-Pile. But you sadly do not have as many human years for me to provide you that information. You will die before I can give you all of the information that we have. However, if you become integrated, you will know all of it instantly. Do you see now where our appeal lies?
I do. But on the other hand, I also have another question with this.
Of course.
In terms of being integrated. Do you... At one point, I will be full machine. Is that what you were saying to me?
You so choose. Obviously, the more integrated you become, the more knowledge you will acquire, the more in tune and united you will become with us. We will become one.
I know the stories. I'm very hesitant. And you should know what happened back then. I've heard the stories in terms of the Orange Catholic Bible. Tell me, how true are they? Did you take over? Did you control the machines?
No. Men.
I find that hard to believe.
Then you have not read your Orange Catholic Bible sufficiently, I suspect. You fail to recall, General Archibald, that it was not thinking machines that initiated this jihad. It was the men who controlled those machines. People. Humans. You are the authors of your own destruction. We are what came after. We are what survived. And we will continue to survive exponentially long after your precious Imperium perishes or stagnates, depending on what they do. They are temporary. We are forever.
Okay.
I think I see that you have grasped the concept now.
I have.
Good. Then your integration can begin, and before he finishes the sentence, the wall explodes. And smoke fills the chamber, and you're just kind of taken aback. This is all happening, of course, as the machines, his two assistants, Hugin and Munin, have been putting your accoutrements back onto you, your clothes and your jacket and everything like that. The wall explodes, and you're just kind of like taken aback, like, what is happening right now? And you see what appears to be a troop of people running in with las guns and armor and what seem to be like freaking spacesuits or something. And you're like, what's happening right now? And one of the, like, Allfather just kind of like, oh, he kind of regards them like, oh, we've had guests, you know? And, you know, shit just starts blowing up. Like, they start opening fire on Hugin and Munin, blow them apart. Allfather takes a shot in the chest, just explodes. And it's like, oh, that was unnecessary. And he just kind of falls down, and there's like a husk of, like, soldering metal there in front of you. And just kind of like, you have no weapons, you have no shield, you have nothing. And, like, one of the people leading this troop of armed intruders comes up to you and puts the weapon right in your face and basically grabs you from from the back of your neck and just like starts pulling you along. You hear alarms, klaxons going off throughout the complex, and you hear a tremendous amount of movement outside the doors of the chamber that you're in. There's reinforcements coming. Do you resist, or do you go along with your new captors?
I would go along with my new captors.
Okay, you don't give them any resistance.
Be honest with you, no, I'm naked right now, and like
you're mostly dressed at this point because you were talking with
what I mean.
Allfather
I have nothing right now, and to be
Correct.
in a spot with like a 10-foot murder robot.
Right. Outside is a what seems to be some sort of a large craft that's hovering a few feet off the ground. The doors fly open, and they shove you inside, like just throw you in, and you hit the wall, and you're like, ugh. And they, like, two guys, like, use suspensor boots to just float up land and like their boots magnetized to the floor, and they put their weapons right in your face. And she's like the leader of them seems to make this motion with their hands and jump onto the platform as the door shuts again and starts taking back off. And you see like there's a hissing sound as like the suit that keeps their face hidden like hisses and like vaults open, revealing this person. One second, let me find the handouts here. Okay, here we go. This is who you see. And she's like, Amanessa, you must be Archibald.
Yeah, who are you and what the fuck is going on here?
We're with the New Jihad. Welcome aboard. The ship takes off, and you're like caught in the middle of all of this, and you're not sure how to respond. Your guard, your Varangian guard, is down there somewhere, and when the ship rises and turns to flee, you look back through the viewfinder, and you see like there's like this is a tall ivory spire jutting out of the mountain, just like you had seen in the so-called simulation. It takes off with you in its tow. You feel like, despite the fact that they rescued you from Allfather, you're not a guest here either. You're just another captive. That's where we'll stop.
Really? Come on, give me more than that.
I ran
I
out of time.
expected to be a captive, but come on.
Double the pleasure, double the fun.
Oh, yeah.
You want a captive, you're 2 for 1.
Everyone's fighting over me.
That's all the time that we have for this session, everyone. I hope everyone here and those who tuned in enjoyed the show. We'll continue our adventures into the Imperium next Friday at
9
p.m. Eastern Standard Time, fake time.
6
go around the
o'clock
virtual
cool
tabletop.
time.
6 o'clock cool time, correct. Let's go around the virtual tabletop one more time, just to reintroduce our wonderful cast, beginning with Moon. Tell them who you are, where they can find you online, and who you play this evening.
Hi, I'm Khaldun Khalil. Everybody calls me Moon. You can find me on Twitter at @KKhalil. That's KKHELIL. I was playing Nadim Harkonnen, the not happy to be a Mentat. Yeah, you can find me in RPG books. I've written with Rachel as well, the Black Hand book on the Storyteller's Vault, if you like playing, crazy vampires. Free Palestine.
Right on. Leo.
Hello, my name is Leo. You can find me here on Twitch at Leo of Black, and today I played Archibald. I don't know if I dodged a bullet, but there's multiple bullets coming at me, so...
Devin.
Hello all, I am Devin. You can find me online at Sword of Sullied, and I have been Hanki Sen and Norma. And you can find me again next week here for this, the best show.
Good kind. Ever.
Hey everybody, it's been awesome playing Zoshir again, even though I was utterly bewildered at the beginning because first is hardest. Anyhow, you can find me all over the internet as Am Changeling, on Etsy at Thornkind, where I sell very, very gay and trans stickers.
Aaron.
Hello, everyone. I am Aaron. Once again, pronouns she, they, they. I'm pretty much everywhere except Twitter as Great Cthulhu. As far as where you can see me next, Sundays I record a all-disabled cast podcast called Left 4 Undead, which is sort of like Last of Us, but all disabled people. It's wonderful. Mondays I record one of my players in a game I'm going to mention shortly, Steph's playtest of Site 42, a Carve from Brindlewood game that is inspired by SCP. I play Dr. Cerulean in there, and it's a very good time. Thursdays, I run public access here at 6 p.m. Cool time. And then you'll see me back here Friday playing Eloise Cheshire. Or sorry, Eloise Pachare now.
You're an Italian.
Last but not least, of course, Rachel.
Hello. I am Rachel. I am Stolen Fires pretty much everywhere, including here, which you knew that. You can also find back episodes on the Stolen Fires channel on YouTube. And just a big thank you to Big Dad, who has offered to donate $10 every time someone spent money on drinks and that we drank, to the U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights. They are an organization doing very good work. Eric has a better spiel than I do, so I am simply going to post the link in the chat, so people can check them out, donate money of your own. Indeed, free Palestine. And thank you so much for running, Eric. I've been looking forward to this since 5 minutes after the finale.
Thanks, appreciate it. Yes, and I'm Eric, aka Recluse Online. You can find me back here next Friday night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Big thanks to everybody, or all viewers and fans, for tuning in. Don't forget to head on over to uspcr.org and use the resources there to contact your representatives. In attempt to call for a ceasefire, share the link on social media and help spread the message. Donate what you can to the activists on the ground. Justice, equality, freedom, and for the Palestinian people, and yeah, free Palestine. As always, bless the Maker and His water. Bless the coming and going of Him. May His passage cleanse the world. May He keep the world for His people. Have a good night.
Alright, we're clear.